spent any time here yet. Only 6% of the vote in. So be careful about anything, but you're trying to look and see what happens. Again, this is Kent County. Both campaigns focus on Grand Rapids and the suburbs. Used to be a reliably Republican area. Trump at the moment, but look, again, we're under 1,000 votes right there. Trump at the moment, but here's what you're running against, right? Joe Biden gets 52%. If you go back to 2016, Donald Trump carried this with 48% in a state. If Michigan's going to be very close, it's 154,000. It was the biggest lead Biden had in any of the battlegrounds 4 years ago. But if you're going to be competitive for Donald Trump, you'd like to turn this red. If you can't turn it red, you would at least like to narrow that margin for Donald Trump. So we'll watch and see how this plays out in 2024. Come back to today's map here. Was just on the texting. I was going to say on the phone. It's texting. It's the same thing. With a key Democrat out in Michigan who said they're a little nervous about here, not Monroe County, but Wayne County. He said they're a little nervous about Wayne County. I think turnout among Democrats might be down a little bit in Wayne County. That would be a problem. The African-American vote in Detroit, the student vote, Wayne State, places like that, absolutely critical for the Democratic coalition. So we'll see when we get. Wayne County is always late to report, so it's going to be a while. We'll see if that's true, if those fears are true among Democrats that maybe turnout is down a little bit here. If it is, then the vice president has to make it up here. Oakland County, again, 20 years ago, a Republican suburb, 58% right now. We're just approaching 40%, 58%. Remember, Joe Biden carried Michigan 4 years ago to 56%. That would help. If you're above Biden, maybe you get a little math to make up if you're losing a little bit in the city. We'll see if that plays out as we thought. And I just want to pop down to bring this issue on the table as well. Washtenaw County, absolutely critical. Young voters were critical to the Biden coalition in 2020, even more critical when Governor Whitmer won re-election in 2022, and the Michigan Democrats made gains in the legislature. Washtenaw County is the home of Ann Arbor. It is the home of the University of Michigan. Been there 4 times over the last year, and it's gone now. The school won't allow a protest anymore, but student protests here about the Israel-Hamas conflict had hurt President Biden. The question was, after this that up in Washtenaw County, 61% or 60% actually. You can't round that up quite yet. So that's something to keep an eye on as we go forward. And I just want to come out just the other day. I was also here. Michigan State is in Lansing in Ingham County. And again, you're trying to get students to turn out. Was at a Trump phone bank here, mostly young men, college students, young men there. 50% for the vice president right there. You come back in time, and 65% for the president of the United States. So as we go through battleground Michigan, it's early. It's early. So I'm not, this comparison is not in cement yet, but these are the places you want to watch. At the moment, in a couple of key places, that would be Ingham County and Washtenaw County, Jake. She's trailing the president. So she needs to, if you want to get your math up in Michigan, watch those in the hours ahead.
All right. Now let's check in on the all-important race to 270 electoral votes as we head into another round of poll closings. So with Donald Trump is in the lead here with 105 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 are needed to win. We are far from that. Obviously, Donald Trump still in the lead. But now let's bring you another key race alert. In North Carolina, battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there. 52.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump taking the lead there in the first time this night. Donald Trump has a 69,000 plus vote lead. That's with about a fifth of the vote in, 21% of the estimated vote in from battleground North Carolina. And battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead with 56.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has 41.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris currently has 59,000 plus more votes. That's with 7% of the estimated vote. It's still very early. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the all-important battleground, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 69.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has 29.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 323,000 plus vote lead, but that's only 11% of the estimated vote in. It's still very early in Pennsylvania. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 55.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 43.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has currently a 339,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half of the vote in battleground Georgia, 54% of the estimated vote in from Georgia. Now we're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings just minutes from now at 9 Eastern, when a total of 163 electoral votes are at stake in 15 states. Remember, 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. All voting is about to end in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, the battleground state of Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, battleground Wisconsin, and Wyoming. As I mentioned, Michigan and Wisconsin are the two battlegrounds on the line in the hour ahead. Pillars of the Democrats' so-called blue wall that crumbled in 2016 but was rebuilt to help seal President Biden's victory 4 years ago. Out west, Arizona is another major presidential battleground that we're watching. We're heading into a high stakes is about to close.
Talking to people tonight, they're really waiting to see how these results, as they are coming in, really shape the picture. But right now, it's really not that clear to them. And I just want to be transparent about it because they've got great numbers, but they're not willing to go out on a limb on any of this stuff just yet. In Pennsylvania, though, I think what I am hearing is a lot of optimism. They're seeing good numbers out of Philadelphia. What Biden did in that city, and if she's able to do that, that would make, again, her path to winning that state much more clear, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip, thanks so much. Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida now, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, what is the Trump campaign going to be looking for in the next round of poll closings?
Well, Jake, you just mentioned Wisconsin, and that is obviously a state that they are going to be watching closely tonight. I've talked with several campaign officials. They're not expecting to get a real sense of those numbers until much later in the evening, but they will be watching Wisconsin very closely. They want to see how abortion lands there and how close the margin could potentially be. But, Jake, one thing that former President Donald Trump will be doing that maybe no other presidential candidate has done is watching the returns come in from Wisconsin with someone who is also on the ballot in Wisconsin, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He fought to get his name off the ballot, but the Supreme Court there told him no because it was too late. He was already on the ballots that people were getting in the mail. And I am told Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump tonight, watching these returns come in. Obviously, the reason he fought to get his name off that ballot, Jake, is there is a concern that with the margin as small as it could potentially be there, that it could have an effect. The margins are everything in this race, as we are starting to see in these numbers coming in. So Trump will be watching that come in alongside RFK Jr., both of them on the ballot, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump campaign. Thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some exit polls from Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. Three battlegrounds we're hoping to hear from soon. David, what stands out? You look at the data from these three key states.
Yeah, as the polls are about to close in these three critical battleground states, I wanted to look at Biden's approval rating, just as sort of a baseline of the environment in these three states. Nationally, his approval rating has been updated to 40% in the exit polls nationally. In Arizona, you see here, Jake, he's at 43%. He's slightly above his national approval number in Arizona. If you look at Michigan, he's at 42% approval. Again, slightly above where he is nationally at 40. But Wisconsin's a different story. His approval rating, the sitting president, Joe Biden, is at 38% in Wisconsin. That is below where he is nationally. 61% of Wisconsin voters in this election disapprove of the job Joe Biden's doing. That's a hurdle that Kamala Harris is going to have to jump here in the Badger State. Jake?
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. This would have been a very different race if Joe Biden had stayed in it. I mean, if it ends with a Trump victory, and we have no idea how it's going to end, so don't misinterpret what I'm saying, but there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and recriminations and wondering. But these approval ratings for Joe Biden are brutal.
6 in 10 in Wisconsin say that they don't approve of the president. I mean, it is brutal, and there's no other way to look at it. And that is, no question, a big headwind for Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she has been trying to separate herself, despite the fact that she is saying that she wants to turn the page and that she's a new generation and all the things that we've heard at every one of her stump speeches. That is a number that there is no question the Harris campaign is looking at and saying, we hope that that doesn't bleed into Harris and the actual votes.
Especially since the Trump campaign tried to do an effective job in tying her to that administration, saying not just that she was the vice president, but that, look, you were in the room, you were always there. There were all kinds of decisions you could have made a difference, and you didn't.
Well, and then, of course, there was her gaffe on The View when she was asked, what would you have done differently over the last 4 years? And she said, nothing comes immediately to mind, which was probably not the best answer. Jake, if I can just look back, I think a lot of our viewers may just sort of big picture be looking at this and saying, Trump's got 105 electoral votes,
Right.
and Harris has got 27. And there's a half a country of red and a little corner of blue. And I think the point we need to make is at this moment, and I think of it as a tennis match, there are no surprises. There have been no flips. Nobody has broken the serve, if you will.
Right.
All the states that Trump won that he's won tonight are states that he won in 2020. All the states that Harris won are states that Biden won in 2020. There's been no swing state that has been flipped yet. And there is just the way the states roll out, that the Republicans get a lot of the early calls and a lot of big red states.
Yeah.
But there hasn't been any dramatic change in this vote. They're both on track to 270.
Yeah.
It depends on states that are still not called.
It's a good point. This is pretty much where everybody expected the race to be at this point. We still have not projected New York. We still have not projected California. I mean, there are plenty of places with a lot of delegates that would electoral votes that Democrats are expected to get.
A little bit of a surprise. It's a surprisingly close race in Virginia, which has gone blue since 2008 and Obama, the last 4 cycles. And if you remember, Trump in late October had a rally there, and people went, what's he doing in Virginia? That's a blue state. He's running.
That's true, but there's only half of the
I understand,
voting. Yeah.
but it's 49-49 right now.
But John King set the table on that earlier, where he said, assuming she wins Virginia, is she going to win it the way Hillary Clinton won it with 5 points in 2016, or is she going to win it the way that Joe Biden won it with 10 points in 2020? And I think that there can be something discerned from her victory and how narrow it is one way or the other.
And just going back to sort of the big picture, which I think is really important, Chris, and now we're looking at Virginia, which we were talking about before, but just earlier, we were looking at the returns coming in from the blue wall states, from Michigan and from Pennsylvania, because we're actually finally seeing numbers. It is early, but they are important. Pennsylvania, we cannot stress enough how critical Pennsylvania is, that you're looking at right now, is to Kamala Harris. Donald Trump, if things go the way that they traditionally go for a Republican, unlike 2020, he could win the White House without Pennsylvania. It is hard to see in most of these paths, Kamala Harris winning the White House without Pennsylvania. And you see there 68%. That's what she has now. It is still extremely early, only 13% in.
Right. And this is the point that Chris is making about the larger electoral map. It also applies to the vote that we see in Virginia and the vote that we see in Pennsylvania. If Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, and who knows, she's not going to win it with more than 60% of the vote. That's crazy. No. Like it is anticipated to be razor thin. We're still waiting for all the votes to come in, so brew a pot of coffee. Sit
Many
back.
Pots.
We got a lot of votes to look at. Let's go back to Aaron Burnett. And Aaron, voting's about to end in 3 of the crucial battleground states that we are watching and that you are in charge of at your Battleground Command Center.
The Command Center, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. Now, when you're talking about 60%, obviously it's not going to end up that way in Pennsylvania. You look at that blue wall, you look at Michigan. Jim Sciutto is in Detroit. And Jim, where you are now, this is the nuts.
I heard something. Thank you. I don't know who it was from. Vicky P. Thank you for the cash out, my love. She said, thanks for the watch party. You are more than welcome. Thank you for the cash out.
And bolts that I think everybody wants to hear about, which is how the counting is actually happening. So tell us about where you are. This is an absentee ballot counting center.
It's still early, y'all.
That's right, in Detroit. And they were expecting about 100,000 absentee ballots in Detroit. But this is key. Because of changes in Michigan state election laws in 2022, they were able to begin counting those absentee ballots received before Election Day prior to Election Day. So at this point, they've already counted 92,000 of about 100,000 expected absentee ballots, and they expect when those 8,000 come in over the next couple hours, it's not going to take them long to finish up that count. In fact, we heard a short time ago that here in Detroit, they expect that by midnight tonight or perhaps a bit after, they will have counted not just the absentee ballots in Detroit, but early voting ballots, and voting that took place today as well. So you're seeing the effects of that law, which allows for counting to begin as early as last Monday. One more note, and this is important, Aaron, because in 2020, this site in downtown Detroit became the scene of protests and unfounded claims of fraud in the midst of that frantic absentee ballot counting, in part because of you have that law, you were able to start early. We're not seeing any of those protests here now, and there's going to be a truck arriving in the next couple of hours, going to pull up at that door there with absentee ballots collected from drop boxes around the city as well. Again, that's not fraud, that's not vote dumping, that's part of the process of counting these votes here, and they expect it to move very quickly tonight.
All right, very quickly, we'll see. And they have said they expect to be overall for the state of Michigan faster than last year, which of course was the day after midday. Secretary of State said she hoped it would be a little bit earlier than that. Well, we'll see as the count comes in. Kyung Law is at a Maricopa County counting facility. Maricopa County, biggest in Phoenix, fastest growing in the country, as they say. Kyung, one of the most important counties for the entire election.
For the entire election. That's why you have so many reporters here. That's why we're watching Maricopa County so closely. And let's take a look at the clock. We only have a few more minutes, about 7 more minutes before polls close here in Arizona. I want you to take a look at what we are watching, though, here at the county. What's happening here on that split.
Thank you, Thelma J. Thank you for the cash out. She said, I got to send up some prayers. Y'all, it's early. It's early. I said, I was going to come on around now because, 7 o'clock is the cutoff, but, the West Coast, it's just now 6:54. Well, let me see. Wait, let me do that right. 8, 7, 6, 5. It's 5:55 there. So they have until 7 as well. So it's going to be quite a night, but we're here. Wishing and hoping for the best. Yeah, 5:55, 6 o'clock. So it's still early. So we are here watching the watch party. Thank y'all for joining us. Thank y'all for the cash outs, and we're going to get back to it.
Screen that other with the early vote. After the polls close, about an hour after polls close here in Arizona, we are anticipating to get the first results out of Arizona. That will be only the early vote, the ballots that have been processed up until Election Day. And then as the night moves on, Aaron, those ballots that are out at the vote centers will be processed. They're counted, separated in there, and then brought over here to the tabulation center to be processed. And that information is going to start to come out as well. So it is a multi-step process. It takes time. There has to be signature verification. The ballots have to be cured here in Maricopa County. But something I want to address very quickly, because this is something that's happening right here in Arizona as we watch this clock wind down before polls close, is that there's still long lines at some of the spots that we are watching in some of these vote centers. At Mesa Community College, where we were at, and then you can check real quick, it's still an hour long line. If you are in line when polls close at 7 o'clock local time, Aaron, you will still be allowed to vote.
Right, which is amazing, and it is amazing that people are doing that and waiting. That is something, as you said, that everyone should be happy about, but amazing to sit there late at night, say, I'm going to sit and wait another hour or two to vote, as both campaigns hope they will. All right, Kyung, thank you very much. And let's go back to the voting desk. As these counts are coming in and people have questions about how it's happening, what's happening where, Pam, Macomb County in Michigan, what are you seeing there?
Well, Aaron, I just got off the phone with this key swing county in Michigan from the county clerk, Anthony Forlini, and he tells me he's actually hopping in his car now with a police escort to get tabulator memory sticks because they're delayed with the results coming in. Why? Well, he says it's because there were very long lines when the polls were supposed to close at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So they had to delay closing and stay open until everyone had the opportunity to cast their votes. Officials are tabulating the results right now, but those first results from Macomb were supposed to be reported around 9 p.m., just 5 minutes from now. I'm told by the clerk it's going to be later than that due to the long lines. According to the clerk, there were over 122,000 early votes cast in person there and 182,000 mail-in ballots as of yesterday. They're on track to have more than 200,000 mail-in ballots, he says. But given the high early voting turnout,
I just thought about something. Now, I damn sure hope we're not finna have y'all. I just thought about something. Last president election, didn't we have to wait 3 or 4 days on the results? 3 or 4 days or something like that. Y'all refreshing my memory. I hope we're not finna be doing that today.
he told me that the expectation there was that there would be lackluster turnout today. That is not the case in that key county. Overall in Michigan, let's look at the numbers here. The Michigan Secretary of State says more than 3.4 million voters cast their ballots early or by mail. That's nearly 47% of registered voters. And listen to this. Another 85,000 absentee ballots returned to polling centers today. Let's go over to Milwaukee. They've had some issues over there in Milwaukee today. They're going to have to retabulate about 30,000 ballots after problems with the counting machines were discovered. All 13 tabulating machines are being set to zero. The ballots will be put through again. It's going to take time. They had initially estimated there the ballot count from the absentees would be done around midnight. Now it's more likely around 2 or 3 a.m. And then in Arizona, I spoke to a source there in Maricopa County, the largest county, that it's taking longer than expected to process early ballots. The first release of 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots of those early ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight will only account for early votes through last Tuesday, October 29th. That is less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be comprised of ballots through at least Friday, they thought. So
yeah, we go with the crap already.
One more thing I want to note. I'm told they're going to keep up 24-hour shifts in Maricopa to keep things moving. They understand how important it is to get those results out, those accurate results out as quickly as possible.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. You take all of that together, look at where we are. What do you see, John King?
That tells me for telling people at home either slow down on the popcorn or make some more because we're going to be at this a while and maybe brew an extra pot. But I just want to start in Michigan because Pam was just talking about Macomb County, Michigan. You see Detroit right here. This is Wayne County. We have no votes. The reason we can't say much about Michigan right now is we have 0 votes in the largest population center. And then she mentioned Macomb County, which is right here, blue collar. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, this is where they were studying Reagan Democrats, right? Why were union auto workers voting for Ronald Reagan for president? That debate continues out there right now. It was out there just about a month ago. It's a huge test out there, but it's very early in Michigan, only 8%. So let's come back out to the battlegrounds where we have more votes. Let's check here. Only up to 15% of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The vice president with a big lead. Pennsylvania's not going to end. No matter who wins Pennsylvania, it's not going to end a 30-point race. We just know that as we count more votes. So we'll wait and try to get more in Pennsylvania. This is one of the surprises. A lot of surprises on the map right now. Unlikely to end this way. But you see the vice president leading in Kansas, the vice president leading in Missouri, the vice president, even though we've already projected Arkansas, that's just early votes. The votes will come in. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We're open to surprises here, but we'll keep a look at it. A surprise that has a lot of votes counted so far is Virginia. They're almost up to the halfway mark here, and Donald Trump is ahead in a state Joe Biden carried 4 years ago by 10 points. So let's see. One of the things we do at this point, when you get up to almost half of the vote, is what's missing, right? This is live outstanding votes. The larger the circle, the more votes are out in an area. The color of that circle tells you how the voting is going so far. So you see these big circles in Richmond and the suburbs, huge circles, and then smaller circles within them in the Washington, D.C. suburbs. So there are a lot of Democratic votes still to be counted.
Come on,
Vice
DC.
President can't like that right now. You do not like being tied in battleground
Baltimore.
Virginia right now, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted, and you can tell from that a lot of them are Democratic, so we'll see. Same test in North Carolina, up to 38% of the vote. Trump with a narrow lead there. Let's just bring it up and look. Live outstanding votes. Again, your biggest outstanding votes are in the Democratic areas, Charlotte, Raleigh-Durham, Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Wilmington down there. So you have a very competitive race right there right now. You'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd rather be ahead, but there's a lot of vote counting to do. And again, this is one of the tightest of the battlegrounds. Virginia, a bit of a surprise, Jake, more counting elsewhere.
All right, John King, voting is about to end in 15 states, the second biggest wave of results this evening. 163 electoral votes will be up for grabs, and we're watching several crucial battlegrounds.
Come on now.
CNN's going to bring you this projection right now. CNN projects that Texas will go to Donald Trump. The state of Texas,
well,
as
that's no
expected,
surprise.
to Donald Trump, with its big bucket of 40 electoral votes. CNN also projects that North Dakota will go to Donald Trump. As expected, North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes. 2 more for Trump now. CNN projects that South Dakota will go to Donald Trump. South Dakota, as expected, with its 3 electoral votes to Donald Trump. And CNN projects that Wyoming will go to Donald Trump. Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. CNN is not making any projections in the following states that just closed their polls. Arizona, that's a big battleground. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, battleground Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and battleground Wisconsin. Let's look at the electoral map now. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes.
Lord
Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 64.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 34.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there with 326,000 plus votes. Only an estimated 16% of the vote has been counted in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with 43.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 55,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 51.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 106,000 vote lead. That's with 39% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 52.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a healthy 221,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 66% of the vote counted in Georgia. About 2/3 of the vote in Georgia has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there now with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 13,334 vote lead. That's with half the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 50% counted there in Virginia. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 53.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there by roughly 16,000 votes. That's with about a quarter, 25% of the estimated vote counted in the Granite State of New Hampshire. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.3% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 197,000 plus vote. That's with half the vote counted in Ohio, 50% of the vote counted in Ohio. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
Jake, let's start with the context, what you just went through. I'm going to wander over to this wall here just to show the race to 270 at the moment. If you're a Republican, you might be saying, wow, this is a rout. If you're Democrat, you might be saying, oh, my goodness, we should be worried. No, we're early in the night. As Chris Wallace said, I love the analogy, nobody has broken serve yet. As in every red state here, Donald Trump won in 2020 when he lost the White House. Every blue state on the map so far, Joe Biden carried when he won the White House. What don't we have? We don't have Rhode Island. We don't have Connecticut. We don't have New Jersey. We don't have Illinois just yet. Long time blue states. So as we move west and as the count advances in some of the New York as well, some of the most this map will change in the near future. At least that is our expectation. We'll keep an eye on it. That's the path to 270. You get there by filling these states in red and blue. So let's see, again, an unusual map at the moment, just because the vote count is early or because we're going to have the most surprising election of my lifetime. But in Nebraska right now, statewide, you have the vice president winning, but you see most of the votes are out here. She's not so much worried about the statewide vote. She'd love to win Nebraska. Don't get me wrong. Nebraska's second congressional district is right here in the Omaha area. Nebraska and Maine award electoral votes based on congressional district, the two states that do that. So eastern Nebraska is what matters most to the vice president. We'll see if Nebraska stays blue. Again, to its south, the state of Kansas, 29% of the vote in. But you see all this? That's if you're playing Legos, that's Donald Trump. That's how he builds his buildings right there. Those small rural counties all across America, especially in the heartland here. So Kamala Harris, the vice president, ahead with 52% of the vote. It's all over here. Kansas City, Missouri, the suburbs here, the more blue areas, the college towns and the more urban areas in Kansas is why she's ahead right now. It's only 29% of the vote. We'll watch as that map fills in. Again, Missouri, when I started doing this in 1988, spent a lot of time in Missouri with Michael Dukakis. It's not a battleground state anymore. But at the moment, it's 51%, but it's only 7%. And again, you see votes coming in the suburbs just to the west of St. Louis, suburbs just to the east of Kansas City, That's why the Democrat is leading at the moment as we go through it. So now let's get to the states that we actually think will
we
be
got
the
more
battlegrounds
blue.
in the end.
We got more blue.
We'll keep looking, open to surprises here, but let's check in on the big ones. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, still at 16%. This is a 30-point race, just shy of a 30-point race in a state we know is going to be decided by 1 or 2 points. So we'll continue to watch to see. I check in on it just to see if the vote count has gone up. It has not in a while, still 16%. Same with Michigan. We come over, we're up to 10% here right now, 53 to 45. Again, if there's an 8-point lead in Michigan, then you have a blowout. You expect this to be very close in the end. We're missing a lot, right? Earlier tonight, Grand Rapids was red for Donald Trump. That's Kent County out here. Right now, you see it's almost a tie right there. This is one of the battlegrounds within the battlegrounds. Fiercely, formerly reliably red, now a closely fought suburban area around Grand Rapids. We'll keep an eye on that, but still nothing out of Wayne County, Detroit. I just want to come up here to Ingham County. This is where Michigan State is. If this ends the night there, Donald Trump's going to feel very good about his Michigan chances, but we're at 3%. Students here, state capital, government town, should be blue by the end of the night. If it's not, that would tell you something huge. So let's come to where we have more votes in these battlegrounds. Again, I just want to check on Virginia again. This is our surprise at the moment. We're up to 50% of the vote, and you have Donald Trump with a very narrow lead. I did this a moment ago. I just want to do it again for people at home. Most of the outstanding votes, these circles tell you, the larger the circle, the more outstanding votes were still waiting to be counted. And the color tells you how the vote's coming in so far in that area. So you see a lot of blue up here. Virginia now has become a blue state because of the Washington, D.C. suburbs in Northern Virginia. The places, the counties within 25, 35 minutes, depending on traffic, drive. So that's out there, plus Richmond and the suburbs around there. We'll see. Donald Trump is remarkably in play in this state, and this would be, even if it's close, it might tell you something about what's going to happen to its south in North Carolina. They're not twins, but they're very similar, Virginia and North Carolina. North Carolina actually has a higher African-American population. So if you're the vice president, that's part of your base. Here's Donald Trump with a lead, 41% reporting. Again, should the Harris campaign be nervous? Both campaigns will be nervous about battleground North Carolina. It's going to go back and forth. But again, you see, there's still some large pockets of Democratic votes, also some pretty good-sized pockets of Republican votes in a battleground state. This one's going to take a while to sort out, but you see where the outstanding votes are. I didn't get to this last time in Georgia, so let's go down and look at battleground Georgia and bring that up here right now. We're up to 68% of the vote in Georgia, and you have 53 to 46. So if you're in the Trump campaign, you're thinking with more than 2/3 of the vote counted, you start to feel good about a lead that big, especially in a state that was 11,700 votes 4 years ago. But let's see what's left out. Where are the outstanding votes? And you see right there why in the Harris campaign you're nervous. You're checking in with all your field captains and your precinct and your county people. But you see right there, you see those giant circles right there, and a bigger circle, another big circle over here. There are still a lot of areas that we know vote disproportionately Democratic, where votes are to be counted in Georgia. I just want to come back and make one more observation here. You see that 242,000 vote lead. It is a little after 9 o'clock on Tuesday night. If you go back to 2020, Donald Trump was leading Georgia by 244,000 votes at 9 o'clock on Tuesday night, election night in 2020. It was 244,000 votes then. It's 242,000 votes now. Joe Biden carried Georgia. Doesn't mean Kamala Harris will this time. It just means we need to count all the votes. And you come back out and take a look again to see if the map has changed at all. Texas and Florida have gone back. Ohio has gone back to where you expect it to go back, and that lead seems to be growing. I want to just check in again on this battleground here. Still at 18% there. And so I'm going to do something now. This is an exercise. But you see Trump leading in North Carolina and Trump leading in Georgia. I just want to switch the map here and come over to the race for 270. Okay? This is an if. It's not it. We're nowhere near there. We have a lot of votes to count there. But why is this so important? When you take battleground states off the board, when we're able to project and call them, it changes the chess of getting to 270. If Donald Trump were to hold that, he's leading there now. It's close. There's plenty of votes still for the vice president to catch up. We have to wait and see what happens. But if Donald Trump takes those two, the vice president of the United States needs to win that. That's what makes the math interesting. She needs that 19 votes right there, because if Donald Trump gets that, it gets him to the finish line. So if that happens, that becomes essential. We're not there yet, Jake, but we just like to do the math in our head as we go through the scenarios.
All right, John King, and CNN can now bring you a new projection. CNN projects that Kamala Harris will win the state of Delaware. Delaware, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes, the small wonder state. Let's take a look at the electoral vote count. Donald Trump has 154. electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 30 electoral votes. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris has 60.4% of the vote. Donald Trump, 38.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 284,000 plus vote lead, 284,000 plus vote lead, with only an estimated 19% of the vote in, not even a fifth of the vote. Still a lot of votes to count in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 44.9% of the vote.
Let me refresh this because now we got a commercial. Hold your line. Let's see. Hold on, let's see.
You're only on 1% of the vote. This is a surprise at the moment. Nebraska, the vice president so far carrying the state statewide, but we're only at 27%. And again, most of this gray you see from about here west, rural Republican farm country, where Trump tends to run it up. Just go back and give you the 2020 example of what I'm talking about. That's what tends to happen. And so we're not there yet. So when that happens, if that happens, that number will change. Again, for the vice president, what you want to do is you want to be here. I'm just showing you Douglas County. It's the big piece of Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. This is where you want to win. The blue dot, they call it. If she wins the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, I went backwards. But if she wins those three and she wins Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, she can get to 270 electoral votes. So we'll keep an eye on that as it plays out. First votes in Wisconsin, you see it's red at the moment, 796 to 479. Guess what? We have a long way to go in battleground Wisconsin. Just for context, when Joe Biden won it 4 years ago, it was 1.6 million votes. So we are in the infancy stages of counting the votes in battleground Wisconsin, and you watch as it plays out. One of the places we'll watch here, I'll just show you now, 0 votes in yet, the Green Bay area, Brown County. This is one of the key tests. Can the vice president hold on to the president's share of white working class voters? I just want to show you as we go back in 2020, Joe Biden did not win Brown County, but he got 46% of the vote. The margins within the margins sometimes make the difference in a battleground state. Wisconsin settled by 20,000 votes, right? You look at that 46% for Joe Biden, and then you move back in time and you see 42% for Hillary Clinton. That makes the difference. She lost the state, he won the state. So one of the things we will watch as the 2024 results come in is not just can she turn out the African-American vote in Milwaukee, not just can she compete in the suburbs, Waukesha, just to the west of Milwaukee, but can she hold her own? Just be as competitive as Biden was in some of these blue-collar counties. Long way to go there. Let's pop over to Michigan. As Jake just told you, we're only at 10% there, so not a lot to look at. You just move it up so you can see it a little bit better at home. The vice president has pulled ahead in Kent County. That's Grand Rapids, but it's early. And again, you're looking down here. I told you earlier, one of the warning signs was Washtenaw County. This is where the University of Michigan is, Ann Arbor. If you move east here, Dearborn is over here near Detroit. Her question marks in Michigan are young voters and Arab American voters, right? You find the young voters here, University of Michigan campus. And again, you say, wow, that's a 30-point lead. What are we worried about that for? Well, you're worried about it because the president of the United States had that 4 years ago. It's a county where if you want to win Michigan, Joe Biden won by 154,000 votes. So you could say she has some to spare, if you will. She can lose a little bit in the coalition, but you don't want to lose a lot. And I was at the Michigan campus just last week, and they have a very aggressive young voter turnout operation there. We'll see later in the night if those numbers change at all. That's Michigan. Let's come back out and come over to the home state of Mr. Tapper, still at 20%. It's bumped up just a little bit there. So what are we looking at? Let's move it up just a little bit. We have some votes. Erie County, as I told you earlier, 25 counties in America, twice for Barack Obama, then to Donald Trump, and then flip back to Joe Biden. So it's a bellwether county. Doesn't mean the person who wins Erie County is going to win the Commonwealth and win the presidency, but that's what's happened in the last several presidential elections. So you look, we're just starting, just getting started in Erie County, 512 votes. Just for context, it's going to take close to 70,000 votes to win that county. So we're just starting. That's one of them. Let's come back to 2024 and move over here to Northampton County, again, right along the New Jersey border, not terribly far from Allentown. The vice president ahead there at only 22% of the vote in. So that was, again, look how close it was. Joe Biden just barely carried it. Donald Trump just barely carried it 4 years before that. That's the way it tends to end up. So we'll watch as that plays out. Here's something we do want to look at is Lehigh County. Only 20% of the vote in here. If there is an impact from the Donald Trump Madison Square Garden event, where so many insults were made about Puerto Ricans and about Mexicans and about Latino and Hispanic Americans, if you're going to see an impact, this is one of the places you might see it, right here. And that's why both Trump and Harris went to Allentown in the final days of the campaign to try to take advantage of it. We're only at 20% right there. But again, you're doing this for context. 62% for the vice president. You go back in time to Lehigh County 2020, 53%. If the vice president can overperform Joe Biden in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, she's in good shape. So we watch that as it plays out. We're only at 20% of the vote right now. It would come down to it. That's only 20. It's only 20%. So then you come out more. Where else are you looking in Pennsylvania? Let's bring this up. You also had the vice president door knocking in Berks County. Berks County at the moment is blue. If Berks County ends the night blue, my bet would be on Vice President Harris winning Pennsylvania. Why? Let's look at it. Let's show you where it is. Here's Philadelphia. Here's the close-in suburbs around it. And then as you drive out, what used to be farm country, now you see the homes lined up, right? People moving further out because that's the only place they can afford a home. That's places like Berks County, Pennsylvania. Half the vote counted, a little bit shy of that right now, 51 to 48, right? Let's go back in time. That was a 53% county for Donald Trump in 2020 when he lost Pennsylvania, and it was a 53% county in 2016 when he won Pennsylvania. So if you're the vice president of the United States, you're keeping an eye on this one. If you can keep this blue, your chances to win the Commonwealth are improved dramatically. So spent a lot of time there over the last year. It is interesting. You found a lot of Nikki Haley voters there, a lot of Reagan Republicans who don't like Donald Trump, who were kind of tormented about voting for Trump or voting for Harris. So we'll keep an eye on that one there. Then you move out here. This is the number 2 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Allegheny County is Pittsburgh and the suburbs around it, the labor vote, the blue collar vote, a smaller African-American population, but the urban vote Democrats need. So she's at 68%. When you look at that there, you come back in time, he was at 59%. So again, we're early. Let me come back to 2024 and come out. It's 40%. So it's early. These tend to be early votes, which tend to favor Democrats more. So we want to wait and get more to see if that's contextual. At the moment, she's outpacing the president of the United States in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in some key places. We will see if that holds up. The flip side, pick one. Cuyahoga County, along the border, northern border of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump getting 71% there. Half the vote is in. Again, this is Donald Trump's secret, just runs it up in small rural counties across America, 75%. So keep an eye on that. It's early. We're still counting votes right there. But is the Trump base turning out in the same math numbers in a place like Pennsylvania? He needs to run it up in places like this. There's Bradford. Again, it's only 5% reported.
All right, let me bring in some more
75%.
feed. Hold on one second.
71%. Again, even in these small rural counties, the early vote, there's not a lot of Democratic votes there, but a lot of it comes out in the early votes if you're following along when they count it. So let's be careful to not make any projections, any tough, lasting cement analysis, I guess I'll call it. But we'll keep an eye on that as we go through the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Virginia, every time I come out, I wait to see if Virginia's going to flip back. We're still at 59%. The lead has narrowed somewhat. This would be a shocker. Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points. Even if it's closer, even if the vice president comes back, let's take a peek. Yeah, the outstanding votes are still largely in Democrat. There's some Republican votes out there. You see the red dots, but the big circles are in Democratic areas. So the math is there for the vice president to recover. But even a close race in Virginia might tell you that it's a more competitive.
So we got Maricopa County and Philly right here on the live feed counting votes. And we're going to go back to the audio.
Similar. You come down to North Carolina.
CNN.
We're above 50% now. It's close. This is welcome to North Carolina. This is what it's going to be. And so you just take a look and you say, what's missing, right? Where are they still counting votes? Again, Mecklenburg County, Charlotte and the suburbs around it, African-American voters, upscale suburbs around it, key to the Democratic coalition. A lot of votes there. A lot of votes in Raleigh-Durham, the Research Triangle, again. And so you see that happen.
Wow. Did you say in Memphis, someone somehow burned 2 bags of ballots? They sent messages out for the people who had voted in that area to go back and re-vote. Now, guess what area that happened in? Yep, the black area. My God, on today.
In the vice president's camp, you're a little nervous about that.
Let's bring in David Chalian to get some insights now on the outstanding vote in Virginia, which is, as of now, a little tighter than I think the Harris campaign would like.
Yeah, Jake, we're trying to determine how much of this vote we're looking at now is pre-election vote. Our estimate right now is that what you're looking at in Virginia, 39% of the vote that's in is pre-election election vote. That, we think, at the end of the day, is going to go up to 50.
Also, I want to say, y'all, which I'm sure y'all know, every news outlet and media source has their own predictions of states. So to the left, this is the live view of Google. Now, y'all know we rely on Google for a lot of things. Google is updating live on the left-hand side with their predictions. CNN has their predictions. Everywhere you go is going to have their predictions. I personally love to get the CNN predictions, but I'm interested in Google's predictions to the left as well. So we're going to have different outlets that we're watching. Probably going to be quite a long night, but this is an important night, and I'm here for it, and I'm glad you are here with me. I'm going to be quiet again and mute.
Votes. Kamala Harris has 53 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Neither of them is within spitting distance of that. Let's take a look at the actual votes coming in from the battlegrounds that we have not projected. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead, 57.5% of the vote. Donald Trump, 41.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 258,000 plus vote lead. That's with about a quarter, 23% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania counted as of now. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 44.3% of the vote. Harris with a 64,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 12% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead. 50.7% of the vote. Harris with 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 75,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half, 51% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump still holding on to his lead, 52.9% of the vote. Harris has 46.4% of the vote. Donald Trump right now with a 249,000 plus vote lead. I'm sorry, now it's a 255,000 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the vote counted in battleground Georgia. In Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead as of now, 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead by more than 15,000 votes. That's with more than half, 56% of the estimated vote, but still a lot of votes to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Harris with 53.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.9% of the vote. Harris with an 18,000 plus vote lead. That's with under a third of the vote counted in New Hampshire, 30% of the estimated vote counted in New Hampshire. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Harris with 44.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 332,000 plus vote lead. That's with almost 60%, 58% of the estimated vote counted in the Buckeye state. Now let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
So, Jake, you lay out the results, and there are some surprises there, right? At least where we are right now. So we just want to go back and follow up where we were. David Chelling was talking about some of the outstanding vote. We know in Virginia is early vote, and that percentage is going to jump, and we know that the vice president is doing quite well in that vote. So I just want to show you what he means by how this can change. Again, Donald Trump's lead has been shrinking. It was 16,000 not that long ago. It's 12,395 now. Look at the Northern Virginia suburbs here. I just want to show you these circles help us understand where are there live outstanding votes, meaning votes that we know are out there that have not been counted yet. Right? You see the big circles, the biggest circles around the Northern Virginia suburbs, also Richmond and the suburbs around that, and some big Republican circles down here, Virginia Beach area, and some here in the suburbs more to the south, the exurbs south of Richmond. But I want to focus up here and just to show you why you could say early on, you say, whoa, what's happening here? But then things can change pretty quickly when large population centers report their votes. So let's take Fairfax County. It's the largest of the suburban counties. It's the number one county population-wise in Virginia. The vice president's getting 66% of the vote, 63% of the vote in. Look at the number where she is, though, 250,000. We know turnout is robust, right? So we should be somewhere around 2020 when we end 2024. Maybe a little higher, maybe a little lower, but somewhere around it.
I wonder, y'all, why. Okay, so I hope I didn't mess up that screen that I have. So, okay, so they have Georgia right now like a faint red, right? But this is Georgia. Am I missing something? This is Georgia, or is this just Fulton County? Oh, this is just Fulton County. Okay. So of course Fulton County gonna be with Fulton County gonna be with we're gonna be with it. So it's 318,000 votes, 72% for Kamala. Okay, so this is just Fulton County. What if I go here and just do Georgia? Let me see. Oh, so this is why they have Georgia slightly red. I mean, 52% right now, because y'all got to keep in mind, Georgia, just not Atlanta and surrounding areas. It's a whole lot of rural area. So 2 million votes for Trump right now and 1.7 for Harris. And then let me see, the dark green has been fully reported. We have all of this light green that's partially reported. And then, okay, so we're still waiting on quite a few cities, y'all, in Georgia. Now, I'll see if I can get some more maps like this, because this is getting pretty detailed, telling us how much of Georgia has come in. Now, the city of Atlanta, I don't have the exact map. Let me see what this is. Oh, matter of fact, I do. Noonan, Walton, Gwinnett. Oh, so we got quite a bit, so that's why they can't project nothing. Gwinnett, I would imagine, would traditionally be Harris. Let's see. Clayton. Clayton is a Fulton County. I know Fulton County. I know Fulton County ain't fully reported. Fulton County is not fully reported. So that's why they can't count nothing. It's a lot still to happen in Georgia, and Fulton County is going to be a big county. Okay, let me go back. I just found this map for Georgia. I'll see if I can find some more detailed maps that's this detailed, saying who's all fully counted, fully reported, who's not, who's still counting. This is a good map to look at. So I'll go back over here and unmute.
Winning 60+%. The president was winning 70% 4 years ago. You have Vice President Harris winning 66, a little below. Virginia looks like it's going to be a little bit more competitive this year. But you can see just right there in that one county, there's a lot of votes still out, and she's winning disproportionately in the math right now. That can change, but it generally tracks when you get above 60% of the vote. And so just in that one county right there, the math, when those votes come in, the math can change. So doesn't mean it will, but there's more than enough Democratic votes still outstanding, or votes outstanding in Democratic areas is the better way to put it, for that to happen. So let's check in on the other battlegrounds as we go through. This one, again, go back in time. This was the closest Donald Trump victory in a battleground state. Of the battlegrounds he won, 74,000 votes, 483, 74,483. 4 years ago, he's 110 ahead right now, but we're only at 54% of the vote, right? So you see these gray areas. What are those? That's where you have no votes in yet. So we're still waiting. Some of these smaller counties. This one, this is the 10th of the 100 counties population-wise, so it's not tiny. Gaston County along the border right there. But the big population centers are Charlotte. Let's just see how much we have. Only 10% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. So if you're looking at this number, you're saying, okay, Donald Trump's got a 4-point lead, 3.5, 4-point lead in North Carolina. But then you come here, it's the largest Democratic area, only 10% of the vote. And again, look where we are, 36,000 votes for the vice president right now. You go back 4 years, 378,000 votes. So we just need to slow down with where we go in here in North Carolina and count more votes, because there are more than enough votes out there. Again, if you come out statewide and just apply the entire graph to the whole thing, live outstanding votes, you see some Republican pockets here, but where are the biggest circles? Right? Where are the biggest circles? Charlotte in the suburbs, Raleigh-Durham in the suburbs, Winston-Salem in the suburbs, Wilmington in the suburbs, Asheville in the suburbs. Doesn't mean the vice president's going to win North Carolina. By no means means the vice president's going to win North Carolina. It just means there are a lot more votes to be counted in areas that right now are blue, and some of them blue by a pretty lopsided margin. Now,
exactly.
Just to be fair, you see all these little tiny dots? There's a lot of little tiny red dots, right? Right? They're not going to match the vote count here and here, but there's a lot more of them, right? So when you come out and you just take a look, again, I'm a broken record sometimes, but this is the wonder of Donald Trump. This is how he runs up the math. 72% there, only 25% reporting there, but 72% in Rutherford County, right down here along the border here. Places you look, he's getting what he got in 2020. He's getting what he got in 2016. He's pretty constant and pretty consistent, but 24,000 votes there with 72% 4 years ago. And so then you come forward there, we're only at 25%. So again, if it comes in around the turnout of 4 years ago, and it stays at that percentage, there's a chunk of votes there and in many of these other small rural counties still for Donald Trump, which is why we count late into the night and sometime into the morning. He gets small margins, but you add them all up, 20, 15, 20, 30 rural counties, match them up against the one urban county, that's how you get a battleground state. Let's pop down to Georgia. We come down over here. This one here, again, in a state decided by 11,000 votes 4 years ago, with 75% of the vote in, Donald Trump's ahead by 241,000. You start to think, oh, we're about 75% of the vote. Are we at the point of no return? Well, let's take a look. Number one, how many votes does it take to win Georgia? Donald Trump's leading right now with 2.1 million. Joe Biden won it in 2020 with 2.4 million and change. And we hear turnout, is pretty good down there. So it could be somewhere around that, could be a little higher than that, number one. So you start there. And then number two, Jake, you just apply, what are we waiting for? Right? And look at the size of the blue circles. Again, doesn't mean the vice president's going to come back and win Georgia. It just means everybody take a breath. And let's count votes, because you see Atlanta and the suburbs around it where most of those big circles are, which means
a lot of votes
in a place like Fulton County,
right?
Where 78% reporting in Fulton County. That's actually interesting. We'll see what comes out. It's a big, because of the population center, it's a big chunk of votes, but she's running at 73% right there. Look at that. 72.6. 72.6.
That's funny.
It's a mirror image right there. So I always look at the ones a little bit farther out. 80% now in Cobb County. It's 57.4. You go back here, it's 50. It's just she's running. The question is, can he improve? Is really the bigger question. I keep focusing on her. Can he improve in the suburbs? He's not there. Let's just come over here to Gwinnett. He's at 39% right now, and he was at 40% there. He's close. But those little tiny margins can matter. But again, 16% of the vote there. So we got a ways to go. That's a healthy lead for Donald Trump. There's a lot of votes still to be counted in this blue circle right here.
So let's bring back the map that shows where the vote is still outstanding.
Come on, Metro Atlanta.
Because I want to bring in Pamela Brown to get us up to speed
Metro
on
Atlanta.
some of the outstanding votes that remain in Georgia. Pamela, what are you learning?
Let's talk about that. I'm just getting off the phone with Gabriel Sterling, a key election official in Georgia. He says, give or take, there are 1.5 million outstanding votes still in Georgia.
A lot of votes.
Give or take, not a precise number, but around that. Let's zoom in here on Gwinnett. This is a Democratic stronghold. They are significantly delayed, according to Zach Manafort, who I just got off the phone with. He says there's an issue with their adjudication software for the write-ins on the ballots. And so that is why we're seeing such a low number. Now, overall in Gwinnett, I'm told there are 419,000 votes there. So that was as of 6:30. He says that number is likely going to go up. Out of that breakdown, the at least 419,000, there are overall 96,000 day-of votes in Gwinnett.
Oh, shit now. I see something. Miss Billy, thank you so much, my love, for the super chat. She said, let's do a $10 challenge for Danielle for doing this watch party. Thank you, handsome. You are so more than welcome. There is a challenge. Listen, if you can't do it, don't do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. But if you can and you're so inclined, there is a challenge. Thank you, Miss Billy. Now, I didn't ask Miss Billy to say that. Okay. Miss Billy, just awesome, supportive, and I appreciate you, my love.
Urban Atlanta, Victor Blackwell. Victor, what can you tell us about the vote count in Gwinnett County?
So let me tell you what's happening right now. Zach Manifold, who Pam just mentioned, the supervisor of elections, is on the phone right now with Brad Raffensperger, explaining what the delay is. As Pamela said, it's a problem with the adjudication of some of those write-in ballots. We spoke with him just a few moments ago at the 8:15 news conference here, in which he said there was some delay in processing those and getting those 322,000 early in-person and absentee mail-in ballots to the state tabulation center, to that computer. It statutorily had to be there by 8 p.m. He says that it was just the computer system clicking down to identify the names in the write-in column for president, specifically for that race. And there appears to be a problem with that system. So right now, there are from Gwinnett County about 72,000 votes, still about 250,000 of the early in-person votes and those mail-in absentee votes that were supposed to be in more than an hour ago. And he's on the call right now to determine what happens next and explain to the Secretary of State's office what they're doing and probably look for some guidance on how to move forward, Jake.
All right, Victor Blackwell in Gwinnett County. And John King, as happens every election, human beings are fallible, machines all the more so.
Right, which is why you want trusted officials to deal with the problem when it arises. And we know from 2020, Georgia happens to be a Republican Secretary of State, and these local county officials, they know what they're doing. and they have a problem, then they make a plan, right? They have a problem, you try to find a solution. So where is Victor Blackwell? He is right here. He's in Gwinnett County, one of the most important suburbs in the Atlanta area, to the northeast of Atlanta. And as we noted, only 16% of the vote reported in this county right now. And so a long way to go in the count, Jake. And this is a place where, again, with Donald Trump with a pretty healthy lead statewide right now, that's what you're waiting for. You get a giant basket of votes reported from there. It gives you better context about the real state of the race.
All right, John King, we have a projection for you now at home, you people at home. CNN can project that New York, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will be the winner of the 28 electoral votes offered from the Empire State. Let's take a look at the electoral vote count now. Donald Trump in the lead, 154. Kamala Harris with 81, 270 are needed to win. Neither of them is there as of yet. Let's go to Abby Phillip at Harris campaign headquarters here in Washington, D.C. on the campus of Howard University. Abby.
Okay.
Yeah, Jake, this group here has been here for a little while now, and they've been watching the returns as they've been coming in. You're hearing them right now cheering as they're seeing you, a little bit delayed, calling New York for Kamala Harris. They want some good news tonight. I can feel the anxiety in the crowd. These are all people who want to have a party. They want to celebrate. There's been a DJ playing all night long. But the results are coming in, and they're coming in slowly. But each time a race is called for Harris or she is shown in the lead in one of these battlegrounds, it is a big moment for the folks here at the Kamala Harris headquarters.
Baby, look at the crowd. Right now,
you can probably hear me talking to you, but the crowd, they're excited. They're ready to go tonight. They want to see more reporting and results that they like to see. Back to you, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip in Washington, D.C. in the campus of Howard University, where Harris is holding her campaign headquarters right now. Let's go to West Palm Beach, where we find Caitlin Collins at Trump HQ. Caitlin.
Yeah, Jake, I should note, obviously, we are all still watching these numbers come in. There is no celebrating happening yet inside the Trump campaign. But one thing that is giving them a confidence boost this hour are the numbers that you and John King were just going over in Virginia. They were looking at that very closely, comparing it to President Biden's numbers there in 2020, and it is making them feel good tonight, lifting their spirits. Now, no one is saying that this is obviously anywhere near over yet. They are still watching very closely to the blue wall of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump calling into radio shows in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania in just the last few hours as he's at his Mar-a-Lago club. He just spoke to supporters briefly, Jake, but as he's talking to the people who are at Mar-a-Lago, who's also getting constant updates from his own campaign team. And right now they are watching a few key indicators, including the turnout from Black males in Georgia and in other states, but also just watching those numbers in Virginia. We'll see, Jake, of course, if that pattern continues throughout the night.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. John King?
Make a fascinating map at the moment. You just updated the electoral vote count, 154 to 81. You're looking at a map now. There are a lot of Democrats looking at this map and saying, wow, we're having a great night. I would just say, be cautious. Enjoy the moment, but just be cautious. Why do I say wow? Well, at the moment, we touched on this a little bit earlier, the vice president is still leading statewide in Nebraska.
I heard something. Mama D, thank you so much for accepting the challenge. Big cash. Yep. She said, I agree, Billy. Thank you so much, Mama D, for accepting the challenge. Thank you so very much. Thank you for always supporting the channel.
Let's wait to see that one play out. But then you move east, and remember, what was the surprise poll of the last week of the campaign? It was the Iowa poll that showed the vice president of the United States actually no clear leader, but 47 to 43, I think, if I have it right, a little bit ahead of Donald Trump in what has been, since Barack Obama left the scene, a reliably red state. Well, at the moment, only 19% of the vote in, but at the moment, Democrats in Iowa, and I suspect elsewhere, are saying, we told you so, but we have a long way to go in the count, right? So Polk County is Des Moines, 83% of the vote, and this is almost the downside for the Democrats, if you will. She's getting 56% of the vote, but you're at 83% already. So you got some more coming in, but this is your biggest basket, biggest Democratic stronghold, the capital of Des Moines. If you haven't been in Des Moines in 10 years, it's a very different city than you might remember. A lot of young professionals, insurance industry and the like, Democratic stronghold there. Joe Biden got 56% in Des Moines in 4 years ago. So
absolutely,
if you think, oh, wow, look at that, just let's be careful and be cautious. But we are waiting. Ames, College Town, right up here, Story County, Ames, we have nothing right now. That's a place where President Biden got 57% of the vote. When we get numbers here, we'll look at that. But let's see that. If the Democrats are going to surprise us, even by making Iowa much closer than it was 4 years ago, you'll see some math in these blue counties.
So, Crown, every news outlet has their own predictions and calling states, and some of them call them faster than others. Google, on the left-hand side, which we rely on Google for everything, but these are their predictions, and I was refreshing, but they seem to update themselves. So these are Google predictions live as of 9:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're watching CNN. I like to watch CNN and get their predictions. And then we're also bringing in different outlets down here to the bottom right as well. On the left-hand side is Google and their predictions.
Right, that's her easiest. No path is easy, but her easiest path is keep the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. So let's move up Wisconsin so you can get a better look at home. She's ahead right now at the moment, but we're only 18% of the vote. And again, John's a broken record tonight, but I want you to look up at all of those gray areas. And I just want to remind you, in most of them, not all of them, but in most of them, you're in rural Trump country. So as you come back to the 2024 map and you say the vice president's ahead, that's where you want to be. You want to be ahead, but you've got a long way to go. So what are we looking for? I'm going to do this in reverse order because of the questions about young voters turning out, whether unhappiness with the White House over Israel-Gaza, Israel-Hamas policy would impact youth turnout. 38% in Dane County. That's the University of Wisconsin. Absolutely essential for any Democratic win in Wisconsin to run it up here, not just in the percentage, but with the raw math. So let's look. 38% of the vote. So a long way to go. Long way to go. Let's just compare it to the president. President Biden had 76%. Keep an eye on it. Don't panic yet if you're a Democrat, but keep an eye on that because the vice president needs to be as close to that as she can be. And at the moment, she's running a little bit behind that. That's Dane County. That's Madison. This is the biggest population center. Spent a lot of time here in the last year.
So on the bottom right now, I just brought in MSNBC's predictions. They haven't called as many as CNN has, but those are their predictions. They're also giving you predictions for Senate as well as House of Representatives. Now, CNN is not doing a lot of that, so I'm bringing that in at the bottom so we can look at that as well.
32% for Donald Trump. So let's just go back in time knowing we have a long way to go. And Milwaukee sometimes reports late. But if you go back in time, Joe Biden, again, 69%, Trump at 29%. So the 69% is what jumps out. Trump is a little above right now. Trump's a little above where he was 4 years ago. She's a little behind where the president was 4 years ago. It's only 25% of the vote. We're not pouring cement on any of this, but that's where you say, oh, we got to keep an eye on that as we go forward. Then you move over here, you go into the WOW counties, Waukesha, the biggest among them. This is a Republican suburb, long has been a Republican suburb. The challenge for Democrats, I've been saying this about Trump in the battleground states that tend to lead in blue. Where's Trump's number in the suburbs? Can he compete? He's not going to win, but can he compete? That's the challenge for the vice president here. Waukesha County tends to be a Republican suburb. So there she is at 40%, Trump at 59%. Again, you go back in time, 59% to 39% 4 years ago. Welcome to another 20,000 vote race probably in the end in Wisconsin based on that. It's a 66% of the vote in there. It's essentially matching where we were in 2020. And again, just so you remember our history here in the blue wall, Harris is leading right now. We got a lot of vote to count right here, but I'm laughing a little bit just at the 22,000 number because if you look at that right there, Joe Biden won this state in 2020 by 20,000 votes. 4 years before that, when he cracked the blue wall and became president, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000 votes. Welcome to Wisconsin. It's a state that tends to hang around the margins of 20,000 votes, which is why that is somewhat amusing to me. Earlier, she just put it up to 34,000 to shut me up. And there we go as we go through the count in Wisconsin.
For those, I know sometimes the multiple screens can be too much for some of y'all. This is the Senate. Democrats are having 34 seats, Republicans 44. House of Representatives so far 76 Democrats, 119 Republicans, and it's still the count. So we're also in MSNBC. They're counting so far the House of Representatives and the the Senate. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. I know sometimes multiple screens is too much for people. Left hand side, I'm gonna leave it stationary right there. Google is predicting on the left-hand side, everybody. Google, y'all listen, y'all Google tell you every damn thing else. Ask Google. and it's on the left-hand side. Top right-hand side is CNN prediction. On the bottom right, I'm going to exchange it for different things. And I know, like I said, sometimes the multiple screens is too much, but I feel like it's appropriate for this situation. I'm going to be quiet again.
He's red at the end of the night. Donald Trump's winning the presidency in a landslide. We're at 1%. So that's unlikely to happen. The question is, where does it end up? This one's more interesting. Macomb County, but again, it's 500 votes. 506 votes. Trump wants to keep it somewhere around there. Go back in time. You see he's at 53%. If Donald Trump can win Macomb County, it keeps him competitive. Keeps him competitive in the state. The higher above 50 he gets, it matters. This is one of the signature key counties for Vice President Harris and her Michigan chances. Oakland County, the birthplace of Mitt Romney, used to be a Republican county when I started doing this. She's at 55% right now. They're just past half the vote. So look at the 55%. Little behind Joe Biden. That can matter. That can matter. We're not done yet. She's only 55%. A little bit behind. Biden had 434,000 votes when he won the county. And you're just checking on turnout. She's at 234,000 with about 54%. So you're in the ballpark of similar turnout. Let's see what happens as that comes in. And you're going to watch that number, but that number. Tiny changes in the margins can affect the battleground states. So Trump's at 43. Let's do it that way. Trump was at 42. Again, it's tiny. In the close states, tiny can matter. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through the count in Michigan. And then one more. I was already over there earlier. Let's come back out and see. So the blue wall at the moment is blue. And the Sun Belt states, which used to be reliably red and are now battleground states at the moment, are red. So we'll just check in.
Yeah, let's listen to a little bit of what Don Lemon is talking about on his show.
And Montana too early too. Look, I mean, if Sherrod Brown wins, there's no path because Ted Cruz is won, we think. Rick Scott won. And so your only option is Osborne. But remember, Osborne,
okay, they ain't talking about that right now.
There's no Democratic nominee. He has said he will not caucus with Democrats or Republicans if he wins.
But we're not done yet.
Okay.
Let's come back up to North Carolina. We're at 63% in North Carolina. This count's coming up now. This count's coming up a little bit. You're at 177,000 vote lead. That would be a blowout. Anything in triple digits in North Carolina. Again, you go back 4 years ago, the closest of the battleground states Trump carried 74,000 votes then. You see how close it was, 50 to 49. And so let's come back now and take a look. The blue then is where the blue is now, except for this one out here. I believe this one, Haywood County. Well, we're only at 4%. If you go back in time, that was a Republican county. I look out there because, and if anyone's out there watching, we hope you're doing all right. This is an area of the state that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene, and the state and the county officials and the local officials, God bless them. They did amazing things just so people could vote. I know the more important things are, can you live? Can you get housing? Can you get food? Can you get water? And things like that. But the fact that people are voting out there in good numbers is a testament to the state and to the county officials. And people have heard a lot of misinformation out there. We see what's happening. Democracy is unfolding in Western North Carolina. This is where it matters most if you are the Democrats. And only 14% of the vote is in. So you see Donald Trump leading in North Carolina, but you see only 14% of the vote in Mecklenburg County, which tells you, let's just take this for a while. Let's just go through and see what happens as we go. It's 11% of the statewide population. The vice president's at 60% right now. So you go back in time. Again, this is, if you're the vice president's camp, he lost. Joe Biden lost North Carolina, getting 67% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. She, at the moment, is getting 60% of the vote. Is that meaningful? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. It would be meaningful if we end up there, but it's only 14% of the vote right now. So then you come back out here. And again, that would be Donald Trump doing better in the suburbs. If he gets her number down from Joe Biden, that would mean Donald Trump was doing better with black voters and in the suburbs. But we watch that. We still have a long time to go. Wake County is Raleigh, number 2. Mecklenburg, number 1, population-wise. Wake County is number 2. She's at 64% right there. Trump's at 35. You go back in time. Trump's at 36. She's at 62. Roughly the same. Roughly the same. Won't make a big deal about that now. Sometimes roughly, you start looking into the margins of roughly if we get to 80, 90% of the vote. Move over here to Durham, your 6th largest county now, right? So Raleigh, Durham, the Research Triangle, young voters, some black voters, some college-educated suburban voters in the healthcare industry and the other industries in the Research Triangle there. 81% of the vote right now with 85% in. So this is where you can make a comparison. You're at 85% of the vote. You can say, okay, where are we? Where was Joe Biden? 80%. So she's matching Joe Biden here in a key place. Trump's at 18% in 2020. We see him at 18% now, a little bit below that. So this, if you're the vice president, you're matching the president. The question is that good enough, right? He lost the state by 74,000 votes. So we come back up. where else do you want to look? You look for the other Democratic pockets, right? Cumberland County. This is Fayetteville. We're just starting, right?
Child, why I done brought Facebook back on? I didn't know I can. I didn't know I can drop Facebook off at the pool and then throw him a life raft. I done dropped Facebook off at the pool and then I done threw him a life raft and now they bike. Facebook, we on YouTube. I didn't know I can do this. I done brought Facebook bike and we're gonna put you at the pool again. Facebook, we over on YouTube. I came to tell you. Come on over.
After county, you run it up.
My
And Jake, as I toss back to you, just one more check. Now Fulton County is still at
Technology is
80%.
amazing.
So the Georgia math, we still have the biggest
I didn't know
population
I
center
could
where we're
put 'em
waiting
at the pool
to
and
see some key results.
All right, John, as we stand by for the next poll closings at the top of the hour, here's an update on the race to 270. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Now, another key race alert. Let's go to the states where we have not
predicting some
called.
more stuff. Hold on, let
Kamala
me see.
Harris
Be
in the
quiet.
lead in Pennsylvania, 51.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 88,000 plus votes of a lead, but it's about 35% of the vote that's been counted in Pennsylvania, about a third. Still a lot of vote to count in Pennsylvania. Michigan, Kamala Harris has 52% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 49,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 15% of the vote counted in the battleground of Michigan. In Wisconsin, another battleground, Kamala Harris, 52.2% of the vote. Donald Trump, 46.1% of the vote. Harris with a 52,000 plus vote lead, but only 27% of the vote counted in Wisconsin, still very early in Wisconsin. Battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 201,000 plus vote lead as of now. That's with 64% of the estimated vote. In the battleground of North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote in Georgia counted. Still a lot of votes to count there, but a lot of votes have already counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump has 49.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48.6% of the vote. That is a 28,000 now vote lead with 63% of the vote counted. I am going to now bring you a projection. And CNN can project Louisiana will go to Donald Trump. Louisiana with its 8 electoral votes as expected to Donald Trump. Let's see what that impact is on the electoral vote count. Donald Trump has 162 votes, electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes. She has exactly half. 270 votes are needed to win. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern, when 16 electoral votes are on the line in 3 states. Every vote is vital to get to the winning total of 270. Polling places are about to close in Montana and battleground Nevada, 2 p.m. Eastern, Utah. Nevada is the key battleground to watch in the next hour. Kamala Harris fighting to hold on to Nevada for the Democrats. To stay at the end of voting in Nevada, let's check in with Jim Acosta, who's at a polling place in Las Vegas. And Jim, you have
Facebook, we came back to tell you we're over on YouTube. I'm going to put the link in the chat again. Y'all come on over.
Yeah, Jake, I mean, one interesting development that has emerged here in Nevada is they're running into a problem with some of the mail-in ballots that have come in so far. Some of the signatures have been an issue, and election workers are now reaching out to some of those folks out there who have signature issues. Your signatures need to match those that are on file with the state. And an interesting anecdote here, one of the problems that they're running into is that a lot of young voters don't know how to sign their names. And so when they've signed their names onto some of these ballots, they are not jiving with what state officials have on file. And so what they're doing at this point is sort of frantically reaching out to a lot of young voters across the state of Nevada to say, hey, wait a minute, hopefully they're looking at their text and saying, hey, wait a minute, there's a problem with your ballot. You need to check in with the state and make sure
Right,
that
Nicole.
your signature is verified so your ballot can be counted. So that is one thing that they're looking at this point. There are about 14,000 of these ballot issues that they're trying to rectify. They do have several days to work that out. And as you mentioned, Jake, the polls are about to close here in Nevada. If you're still in line, you can stay in line. We heard out in Nye County, which is about an hour outside of Vegas, they've got a line about 2.5 hours long. And so that process is going to go well into the night in that county as well as here in Las Vegas, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta in Las Vegas. Thanks so much. Let's go to Kyung La in Phoenix. Kyung.
Hold on.
We're in Maricopa County.
Okay, Khadijah. Yeah, that's right, Khadijah. So wait, what happened? Like, you signed your name different from what's on your license, or what happened? What was the issue? And they contacted you and you re-signed it. Tell us what happened with that.
Election results, 11 electoral votes on the line here out of Arizona. Maricopa County will give us a strong indication after that first drop, but it takes a long time to count all of the ballots. The first drop that we're going to see, the first results, will be the early vote that is counted before Election Day. And it's not all of them, but it is the majority.
Let me tell y'all, I believe it, Malona. My voting got moved. My voting got moved by not by itself. They did it 2 hours away at the last minute from that last government election with Stacey Abrams, when they were doing all of that stuff, purging votes and moving votes. Yeah, so they moved my vote 2 hours away. I didn't ask them to do that, and I go to vote. And come to find out, my voting is moved 2 hours away. Yes, it's all kind of dirty stuff being done. And I know it was done during that government race here in Georgia. Now we're hearing about 14,000 signatures not right and all of this stuff. But let's hear back so we don't try not to miss too much.
Democracy and the economy are battling for that top spot. 33% of Nevada votes.
So yes, I can say it personally happened to me. I did not check anything. I didn't check on my license to update it. I didn't check anything. I hadn't even been to the license plate. You know, your license lasts damn near 10, 15 years. I had done nothing to change my voting place, and it was changed on that Stacey Abrams election because Brian Kemp did not want her to win. Now, shit.
4 years ago. Only 22%
they
say
dirty.
it's better than 4 years ago. 29% say it's about the same. Undocumented immigrants in the U.S. should be offered a chance at legal status or should be deported. 54%, a majority in Nevada, side with the Harris position on this, offered a chance at legal status. 42% in Nevada side with the Trump position.
Ms. Gloria Duncan says votes are being recounted here in Milwaukee. It's a lot going on tonight, y'all. It's gonna be a night.
It should be mostly legal. 28% say it should be illegal, and Biden's job approval rating is at 40%.
Yes,
in
Malona,
Nevada,
very messed up.
59% disapprove. That is about where it is nationally, Jake.
All right, David. Thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall.
Well, Jake, we're starting to watch now as we go further west. We have more states coming in. Some of the states we talked about earlier that we thought were aberrations or early votes you see right here now, including Kansas. Kansas has gone back to being a Republican state. We expect it will finish out that way. There are some Democratic, pockets of support here. They're mostly in the eastern part of the state, Manhattan, Kansas. Well, remember, it was Kansas that sounded the first alarm after Dobbs when the amendment passed out there protecting abortion rights. So we'll watch the result margin. We expect Kansas will be a red state at the end of the night, but you will keep an eye on that to see about that. And then you keep coming forward. Here's the one that's interesting, and it's staying interesting, but we're only at 31% of the vote. Iowa, which again has not been a state we paid much attention to since Barack Obama left the scene. Donald Trump won it comfortably twice. The Harris lead is shrinking a little bit, but she's still ahead in Iowa, 51% to 48%. And if you look through, I said earlier, we were at 83% in Polk County. We're still there. That's the bulk of your Democratic votes. You start moving down. You come over here to Cedar Rapids, which is Lynn County. You're only at 34% of the vote here. So there's some business to be done in terms of Democratic votes for the vice president in what is an interesting state. If this one is competitive, it would be a surprise. And election night surprises are always interesting. You see there, Dubuque County there. We'll see how that one plays out as we go forward. So now let's come over to some of the bigger battlegrounds. Again, if you're in the Harris campaign, especially because we're not done by any means, but if North Carolina and Georgia, Trump's ahead there, then you'd rather be the candidate ahead in the blue wall states. And at the moment, the vice president is 34%, a little more than a third of the vote counted in Wisconsin. Again, you see Trump filling in the rural areas. Just want to check. I teed this up earlier. Brown County, Green Bay, blue-collar workers. Kamala Harris is not going to win Brown County. The question is, can she compete? When Joe Biden won the state, you see she's at 33%. We're only at 12%, so we have to do this a little bit later. But Joe Biden had 45%. So it's a key test of white blue-collar workers. Can the vice president of the United States try to at least come close to where the president was? At the moment, she is not, but it's very early in the count right there. Again, the foundation of any Democratic victory is down here in Milwaukee.
Go get the ice. I'll be right
almost
back.
at half the vote right there. She's at 67% there. Let's just go back in time and look. The president was at 69%. It sounds like not a big deal, 67, 69. Let's see. Right now, we're only at 48% of the vote. If at the end of the night, she's underperforming the president in Milwaukee by a couple points, that can make the difference in a state, Jake, that in 2 elections in a row has been decided by 20,000 votes. Jake?
That's right, John. And we're just moments away from another round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 3 states, including the key battleground of Nevada. A total of 16 electoral votes are on the line right now. And CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Montana. As expected, Trump gets Montana with its 4 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Donald Trump will win the state of Utah. As expected, Utah with its 6 electoral votes. Nevada is too early to call, a battleground state that Donald Trump has narrowly lost in the last 2 elections, but is making a big play for this election. Let's look at the electoral math right now. Donald Trump has 172 electoral votes. Kamala Harris with 81 electoral votes, 270 electoral votes needed to win. Neither of them is there yet. Let's look at the key races now. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has narrowed her 20,000 plus vote lead. He's at 49.2% of the vote. More votes have come in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 43% of the estimated vote from Pennsylvania is in, and Kamala Harris right now has an 18,000 plus vote lead there. Kamala Harris in the lead in Michigan, 51.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 46,000 plus vote lead. Still, only 16% of the estimated vote in Michigan has been counted. In battleground Wisconsin, Harris is at 49.8% of the vote. Donald Trump is at 48.4% of the vote. She has a 15,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a third, 35% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 196,000 plus vote lead. That is with 2/3, 66% of the estimated vote in North Carolina counted. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote in from the battleground state of Georgia. We're now getting an update on the vote in North Carolina. Let's go to John King, actually, right now. John King, what can you tell us?
So Jake, you see the map. And again, as we get later in the night, this is where you start to see things change, especially if a candidate pulls out ahead in a state that not normally is in their lane, if you will. And by that, I'm going to refer to Iowa. Just a moment ago, I was showing you Iowa with the vice president ahead. Still competitive, but you see Iowa is now red. There was that late Iowa poll that showed the possibility of the vice president maybe being a little bit ahead of Donald Trump. No clear leader. It's a competitive poll. And this is a competitive race at the moment, 36%. This would be a surprise, right? We said Virginia's a surprise at how close it is. We'll see if it ends close, but it's a surprise at the moment. This is a surprise as well. Donald Trump just 3,800 votes ahead in battleground Iowa, a state he carried quite comfortably by 8 points 4 years ago. So you keep an eye on it and you watch and you see what happens there. But it's interesting on this night. Now let's move over to the battlegrounds that matter at the moment. The blue wall states still being held by the vice president, the Sun Belt states as we start to move west. North Carolina and Georgia are the 2 battlegrounds we care most about. They are at the moment held by the former president of the United States. Again, this was his closest battleground win in terms of Biden was the closest to him back in 2020. It was 74,000 votes. He's just under 200,000 votes right now, 66% reporting. the former president at 52% of the vote. And again, Jake, as you come over and join me here, just let's remind our viewers, still votes to be counted. We know that. So then we want to use our technology to say, where are they? All right, where are they? And you see the bigger the circle means the more live outstanding votes. And the color tells you what's happening there. And at the moment, doesn't mean it will continue to be that way. You see Mecklenburg County, that's Charlotte and the suburbs. You see over here in the Raleigh-Durham area, Winston-Salem area, a little bit out of Nashville. So more votes to be counted out there. But Donald Trump at the moment with a pretty healthy lead.
And, you know, we have one of our excellent journalists is in Charlotte, is in the Mecklenburg County, Brianna Keeler, as the Board of Elections in Charlotte. Brianna, what can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. So at this point, Jake, about 100,000 ballots are in out of several hundreds of thousands of ballots. And that really could change any moment because we are expecting about 420 to 430,000 votes, which would have been early in-person votes to have been closed out and posted here to the State Board of Elections. So we could be seeing that literally any moment. But what we see right now is a picture of a fraction of this key county. It's about 34,000 absentee ballots that were received before 5 p.m. yesterday. And it's also an upload of about 70,000 election day ballots from today. And you see right behind me, you see that red satchel right there. That is really the key here. These are being delivered by car. We're almost in sort of what is a drive-through situation here outside of the building of the Board of Elections here in the county. And these are delivered, these flash drives, they go inside through a very strenuous process, ultimately are uploaded to a computer that has never ever touched the internet. And then that is compiled and ultimately posted to the State Board of Elections, Jake.
All right, Brianna Keeler in Charlotte. Let's get more on North Carolina from Pamela Brown, who's at the voting desk. Pamela, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm just getting off the phone with an official in North Carolina there. This official says, look, first and foremost, it's going to take some more time to get results from across North Carolina's 100 counties. He said that this is going to be close. It's going to take some time. There are counties that haven't reported yet that are red, and there are counties that haven't reported yet that are blue. So let's dive a little bit more into the numbers we have. Wake County, this is the most populous county in North Carolina. It's right here. I am told so far more than 510,000 votes have been reported. That's according to the state's dashboard. So for context on that, there's 830,099 registered voters. So that's the most. It's likely going to be a lower number in the end. So they're actually making some headway there. But over here, in Mecklenburg, the home to Charlotte, they're having a logjam uploading the numbers to their site, I'm told, so far. And things are moving quickly, so this could change. But just a second ago, before I came on air, there were more than 84,000 votes reported so far. And for perspective, there's 857,354 registered voters in Mecklenburg. So that's a
Facebook, we need you to head over to YouTube. Facebook, head over to YouTube. I'm about to put the link in the chat. Head over to YouTube. We're going to have to drop you back off at the pool.
some time.
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. John King, North Carolina, a lot of people thought that we would know pretty quickly this election season who won, but I'm not sure that we're going to know before midnight at least.
It's defined pretty quickly, right? Compared to 2020, it could be pretty quickly. We're at 10 o'clock hour. You're right. So you see, these states thought they learned a lot of lessons in 2020, fewer mail-in votes this time around. So they thought to be faster. But human things happen. You see the officials all out there watching this. Brianna made a very key point. It's so sad that we have to make it, but that these voting machines are not connected to the internet. There's all these conspiracy theories that people are hacking into voting machines. The people who count our votes, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, agnostic, they do a good job in all the states. And North Carolina is one of the best. So where are we is the question. A 213,000 vote lead. And it's what Pam just laid out and Bree just laid out. Bree is here. Brianna is here. Mecklenburg County, 10% of the population, the largest of the 100 counties in North Carolina. So we have a long way to go, right? So can the Democrat come back is the question, right? You see that healthy Donald Trump lead. So your question is, can the Democrat come back? Well, the vice president's at 65,000 votes there and a little bit of change, okay? Mecklenburg County, the winner of Mecklenburg County is going to be over 300,000, close to 400,000 votes. So we have a very long way to go in Mecklenburg County.
So the point you're making here is that Joe Biden pocketed a net of about 200,000 votes last time.
A net of about 200,000 votes. Exactly the way to do the math. And we see right now, we're waiting for a whole lot of votes, right? And so she's at 61%, and he was at 67%. If it ends up that way, Donald Trump's going to win North Carolina. but there's that giant number of votes left out. So does the vice president's percentage, remember the president's 67, does she get closer to 67, number one? And then number two, what's the raw math in the margin, right? If Donald Trump, if she's below Biden's number, that means Donald Trump's, again, doing a little bit better. Might only be a little bit, but a little bit's a big deal in a battleground state in the suburbs. Or maybe it's with black voters in Charlotte. We'll have to see how that plays out. That's the biggest county. Pam noted Wake County is your number two. And again, here we're higher. We're at 76%. So she's at 64%. Remember, Joe Biden lost North Carolina, only by 75,000 votes, but he lost. So you're trying to figure out how do you match that up. So you come back here, and again, not a lot, right? You see the win, turnout might be up a little bit. So maybe the winner of the county gets a little bit more than that. But you see him at 393, and more importantly, at 62% of the vote. And then you come here. So she was a little behind the president in Mecklenburg County, which is the largest. So you don't want to be behind it where the most votes are. She's a little bit ahead of the president in Wake County, and we're waiting for that out. And that's one of the challenges, right? We compare her to Biden because that's the last election. Every candidate has their own coalition, right? And so if she's doing a little worse than him with some voters, can she make it up somewhere else? Or is Donald Trump, matching his numbers and do that? If you could look at it this way if you want. Let's just come out and bring this in here. Where is Harris overperforming Biden in the state, right? So this will slide away in just a second. She's only overperforming Biden in the state in a very small number of counties, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And so, does that mean she's going to lose North Carolina? No. It just means that she's, we have to wait to see those votes. And then you can flip the question. Right? How about Trump? Is Trump overperforming Trump in 2020? In a lot more places at the moment. Key to that is in these blue areas. In Mecklenburg County, which we just noted, that's where the most votes are in the state. In the biggest of the 100 counties, population-wise, vote count-wise, it's right there. And Donald Trump's overperforming his 2020 performance at the moment. Remember how many votes are still out? At the moment, he's overperforming. And he's overperforming here in the Fayetteville area. If Donald Trump overperforms in the urban areas where you have an African-American population and then the close-in suburbs, then Donald Trump's in better shape now than he was then. I just want to remind people as we close this out, though, that I said he's overperforming here at the moment. We only have 18% of the vote. So let's see if it holds up. And I said he was overperforming here at the moment. We only have 21% of the vote. So let's see if it holds up.
Again, with all the caveats you just said, that this is early, we don't know. But if that were to hold, an explanation of it can come in what we've heard from both campaigns is that Donald Trump is doing a little bit better with African Americans, especially African American men, than he did last time. And that Kamala Harris is overperforming with white suburban women, which you would have in Raleigh.
Yes, so that's what we're trying. This is why I spent 15 months traveling, right? Where is she? Where's the addition? Where can you perform better? And for Donald Trump, since he's the constant, he was on 2016 and 2020. For Donald Trump, he had two goals. Number one, keep your base. In 2020, Donald Trump got more votes than he did in 2016, almost everywhere, right? His base came out. Where he suffered was in the suburbs because there was higher Democratic turnout. So if you're Donald Trump, yes, you want to pick up as many black votes and Latino votes as you can, and you want to improve your standing in the suburbs. And that includes women. Donald Trump spent, the Republicans are ripping their hair out the last week of the campaign every day watching Donald Trump insult women. Pick your day. It was Nancy Pelosi one day. It was the vice president of the United States every day. It was women writ large some of those days. Republican strategists were ripping their hair out because they know if Donald Trump improves his standing in the suburbs, literally by half a point, then he's the next president of the United States. And they're ripping their hair out. But as you watch through this and we go through it, we'll see how it performs out. I just want to keep checking here. 213,000 votes, but we're still here. So mathematically, you do it this way. The big question is, are there enough votes out there for the candidate who's losing to catch up?
A lot of blue.
The answer is yes, there are enough votes out there for the candidate who's losing, the vice president, to catch up. That doesn't mean she will. It just comes down to, as we get more votes in those places where I said Trump was overperforming, if he continues to overperform, especially in Mecklenburg County, that's good math for him. But we have a ways to go in county. And that's just North Carolina. Let's go down to the biggest surprise. That was very tight. The Democrats have every election cycle, they say, why can't we get North Carolina? But this was the big surprise when it flipped. Again, here, can we just do this for a second real quick? Let's go back. Oh, sorry, my bad. We've got to come out of this and come back here. Remember that, 204,000.
204,000.
Let's go back to 2020, right? Let's go back to 2020. Okay, I just want to show you where we were. Let's go back to the beginning. This is 9 o'clock on election night.
Okay.
244,000. So we're at 10 o'clock now. We're at 10:15, right? So Donald Trump was ahead by 244,000 votes in 2020. The next day, midnight, as we turned, we're 2 hours away from that, an hour and 45, he was ahead by even more. He was ahead by 372,000 votes when Tuesday turned to Wednesday in 2020. Right? And then at noon the next day, it was down to 101,000 votes because they were counting the mail-in ballots. And then it flipped to the vice president on Friday. Joe Biden flipped to him on Friday. And then on Saturday, when the election was called, it was at 7,200. And then in the end, when they were done with the count, it was the infamous 11,779. So Donald Trump has the same lead now, roughly 10 or 20,000 votes than he had in 2020. That does not mean Kamala Harris is going to win Georgia. It just means that she can. It just means that she can. It means that there's still math out there to do it. And we've lived through this before. 2024 will not be identical to 2020. States will count most votes faster. It's unlikely we're going to wait till Saturday. I say that with some hope as we go through this.
But look at all the blue.
Yeah,
look at all those big blue bubbles.
The question is, with Donald Trump 204,000 votes ahead, it's a healthy lead, right? Especially in a state settled by 11,000 last time. So you look at that number and you say, oh, wow, Republicans, Donald Trump's going to win Georgia. Hang on. 81%. 20% of the vote is a lot of the vote, especially when what you're looking for, the votes that are outstanding, larger the circle if you're just joining us, the more live outstanding votes, the color of the circle, the way the votes inside those circle are coming in. So, Jake, you can look at this and you could say you'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd be ahead, but there's plenty of opportunity for the vice president to make up that ground in battleground Georgia, Jake.
All right, John, and we have some projections for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Colorado. Colorado, as expected, will go Democratic with its 10 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Donald Trump will be the winner of Mississippi. As expected, Mississippi and its 6 electoral votes go to the Republican. Let's bring in the electoral map right now.
Not the quirky
Donald Trump
ladder.
in the lead, 178 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes, 270 electoral votes. As always, needed to win. Let's take a look at the outstanding races right now. Arizona joins the map of key race alerts. Kamala Harris has 50% of the vote. Donald Trump has 49.2% of the vote. That is a 15,478 vote lead for Kamala Harris, with 49% of the estimated vote counted. Kamala Harris in Wisconsin, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump bringing up the rear, 48.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 19,910 vote lead. That's with 43% of the estimated vote counted in Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 50.3% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 58,648 lead right now with an estimated 51% of the vote in Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 51.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 204,640 vote lead. That's with 81% of the estimated vote in Georgia. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 51.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 47% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 43,307 vote lead. That's with an estimated 19% of the vote in battleground Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 253,752 more votes as of right now than Kamala Harris. That's with 72% of the estimated vote in. In New Mexico, Kamala Harris in the lead, 50.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 47.6% of the vote. That means Harris has an 8,592 vote lead over Trump. That's with less than a third, 31% of the estimated vote in from New Mexico, still early in New Mexico. Kamala Harris takes the lead again in Virginia with 49.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 49% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 1,118 vote lead. That's with 68% of the estimated votes in from Virginia. John, what do you want to talk about?
We have a changing map. We can talk about it all. We'll walk through it. Let's just take a quick look at Virginia and what happened there. Right. So last time I was here in Fairfax, there's what happened. Last time I was in Fairfax, it was a much lower number. Now you get a big. This is the largest county in Virginia, just a 20-minute drive from D.C. Depending on traffic, it can be a 40-minute drive from D.C., but it's a pretty 20-minute drive, at least this time of night, if we want to give it a try. And that's one of the things that happened there. You see these close-in suburbs, Alexandria, much smaller population center. Arlington.
Still, it's a very narrow lead still.
You still come out to, it's a very, very narrow lead. But again, so you're looking, this was a 10-point race for Joe Biden. So if you're seeing, even if Harris wins it, if it's closer, does that tell you have a more competitive environment elsewhere? Or does it tell you Donald Trump's doing well in one state? Sometimes there's that. It has a Republican governor since the last presidential election. So you have to be careful about these things. So let's just see what's still out there. This margin's going to change. I mean, there's some Republican votes down here, but there's plenty of opportunity for that tie, slight Harris lead to turn into something else. It's the surprise of the night so far in terms of how close it is, but it just flipped blue. So let's come back in 20 minutes ago and see how we're doing. This is the most interesting one. Mr. Tapper's home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, just flipped red. Remember earlier I was saying the 3 blue wall states had stayed blue throughout the night. We're not nowhere near the end. We are nowhere near the end. We're at 51% right there. But you see that. So here we go. Battleground Pennsylvania, again, one of these.
Yeah, but he just jumped up. He wasn't. She was leading.
Yes.
There. John, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have an update on the outstanding vote in Georgia. If you want to bring Georgia and Gwinnett County, Victor Blackwell's at the Gwinnett County Election Center in the Atlanta suburb of Lawrenceville. Victor, what are you hearing about the vote count there?
Well, Jake, I have the supervisor of elections for Gwinnett County with me now, Zach Manifold. Thank you for a few minutes here. We've been told that there is a large tranche of votes that's soon going to be reported. How many and how soon?
Yeah, we're just working with the state to go over it. We have uploaded it to the state. So they're just going through it, and it should be up here in a few minutes. So, yeah, about 320,000 advance and in person and absentee by mail. They're coming.
Okay, so 323,000, and when you say minutes, we're talking 5-10 minutes?
I don't know. It's with the state, so they'll review it and then they'll tell us when to push those results.
And can you simplify what in the adjudication process held up these votes for hours?
Yeah, it was just the images loading slow. I'm not sure what caused that to happen. It usually isn't that slow. It was just literally kind of excruciatingly slow. But like I said, we got it resolved and, moving forward and getting out those results.
This is also a problem that happened in 2020, though, was it not?
I don't know. I was not here in 2020, so I'm not sure. I know they had issues similar, but I'm not sure.
So this has now been resolved. We should not expect this to be a problem with adjudicating ballots moving forward.
No, you shouldn't see this with the election day. And we actually do have all 156 precincts, the locations, their memory cards are in the office now. So we've got everybody back. They're actually going to start running those memory cards now.
And so after those 323, it should move pretty quickly?
Yeah. We're expecting it to pick up.
Right. Yeah. Zach Manifold, Supervisor of Elections here in Gwinnett County. I'll send it back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Victor. Let's get more on Georgia from Sarah Murray, who's at the Fulton County Elections Hub outside Atlanta. Sarah, what are you hearing about the outstanding votes there?
Well, Jake, for all the flack that Fulton County gets for how it runs its elections, things have been going very smoothly and very steadily here tonight. They've had these memory cards coming in. They're uploading the day of election vote, and they're hoping in Fulton County to be able to upload all of their day of voting by 11 p.m. Now, there is another large county where things are going a little bit slower, kind of like Gwinnett, DeKalb County. I spoke to them a little bit ago. They said they don't have a number of what their overall election day count was, and they're not sure how long it's going to take for them to get through it. They're just chugging through it little by little. Now, in Cobb County, another large county here in Georgia, they said they still had less than 1,000 absentee mail-in ballots that they had to get through, and they also had about 85,000 votes. That was their day of votes that they were turning to. They, too, are hoping to be done by 11 p.m. The last county I talked to is Clayton County. They were also working through their day of voting. They had hoped to have it done by 10 p.m. It looks like they're missing that deadline a little bit, but they were definitely saying they only had a handful of precincts left, about 13 precincts when I talked to them about a half an hour ago, that they were still trying to upload the day of voting for. So things seem to be going pretty smoothly. And behind me, you get a little bit of a sense of the process. This is where the memory cards came through. They just brought them through. They check them in here with a police officer. They get scanned in. And then over in this glass room, we're showing you this is where these memory cards are removed. We start to see them uploaded. So that's what's happening here in Fulton County. And hopefully we'll have more for you around 11.
Sarah Murray reporting on the count. If you look around the Atlanta suburbs, as she's noted, she's in Fulton County, which is here. But this is where the big.
Hey, y'all, real quick. As far as Georgia, she is getting closer. I don't know how it's going to turn out. Remember, I showed y'all this map of Georgia. She is getting closer. There are more more counties that are filled in. We're still waiting on some major counties, Gwinnett, Fulton, which is a game changer. Let's see, Clayton could go either way, but I think Clayton probably would be more Kamala. So we're Cobb, child. I don't know about Cobb. But she is getting closer. 2.3, almost 2.4, and she's almost at 2.2. Now she was further back before, so she is getting closer in Georgia. Georgia could very well flip blue. Don't know. We just have to wait and see. But I'm keeping up with Georgia specifically, and then I'm going to
Outstanding
come
voters.
back
So
over
let's just
here.
come back statewide first, just to put it into context. The Trump lead now 170,000 votes. It was over 200,000 not that long ago. So it has come down some as more votes come in. So let's just walk through what we just heard real quickly.
He's saying the
Fulton County,
same
you're
thing I
at 84%,
see.
but this is the #1 population center, largest population center of the state, also a hugely Democratic area of the state. That's where we're waiting for votes. Also Gwinnett County #2 in terms of the population, plus the other counties right around Atlanta. Any path to a Democratic victory, Jake, has to come there. So when we get more of those votes, we'll be able to at least get closer to being able to answer the question, is that lead that Donald Trump has safe, or are there enough votes out there for the vice president not only to catch up, but to pass?
All right, John, thanks so much. We have another projection. CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Ohio, as expected, will go to Donald Trump. Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. What does that mean for the electoral count map? Donald Trump has 195 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. John King?
Well, Jake, as we watch more of the map fill in, and this is welcome to election night, we're now at 10:20 in the east, and we're moving across, and you see votes as far west as Montana and New Mexico and Arizona starting to come into the map. We haven't touched this one all night. Let's take a quick look out there in Arizona. I haven't said Maricopa County on an election night, and it's 10:24. That's an outrage. You see right here the Arizona stat coming in. It's very close right there. We're about half. Says 50% of the vote. So that's pretty fascinating that Arizona is getting that vote in so fast. Let's get back there in a minute. Let's move more to the east in some of the battlegrounds that we know are absolutely key to the path to 270. And an interesting development. Again, it's early. We're still counting votes, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, half an hour ago, were all still blue. Now Wisconsin has flipped to red only by 8,000 votes, and we're only at 47% reporting. And so there are two ways this happens. Either Donald Trump is overperforming someplace where he hasn't before, or we're just filling in the rural counties. So let's get a look at the map and see what we have here. Number one, let's look at the live outstanding vote. All right, so you got a big blue dot here in Milwaukee, big blue dot here in Madison, some blue dots out here in the area, but a lot of red dots as well. And so Donald Trump with a very narrow lead in Wisconsin, which welcome. Again, 2 elections in a row. It's been 20,000 votes and change, 22,000 votes, 20,000 votes. This certainly shapes up to look like we're going to have another one of those, a photo finish in Wisconsin.
Coming. How you doing, Chef? You're right. A lot of people didn't get out and vote. We're hoping for the best. We still got some states that have to come in, some states that haven't been decided. So we're here watching. Thank you for joining, my love. So we can just hope for the best. Everything right now is pretty typical. I'm hoping Georgia turns blue or some states turn blue. We kind of had the same thing last election where it was slowly going towards Trump, and then it didn't end up going towards him. So I'm hoping the same, remaining optimistic, but I mean, it ain't looking good so far, but we will see. We will see. Everybody saying hellos to Chef Corman.
State. So this is very important to the Democratic coalition. 66% right now, if you round that up for the vice president, with 60% of the vote reporting. And again, 73% for Vice President Biden. If it ends up that way, that's a problem. Doesn't mean you can't make it up somewhere else. But if you're losing votes in one key county, losing percentages in one key county, you better make them up somewhere else and track below. Now, Michigan is the one state, to come back to the 2020 example, where you could argue the vice president has a little bit to lose, if you will. It's not Wisconsin, 20,000 votes. It's not Georgia, 11,000 votes. It's not Arizona, 10,000 votes. It's 154,000 votes. So if you want to argue a 2020 replay, the vice president has a little bit more to lose in a state Joe Biden won relatively comfortably when it comes to the battlegrounds. But still, if you're the vice president of the United States, you don't like the fact that Washtenaw County is so close. So now we come up to Ingham County. This is where you find Michigan State University, Lansing, the state capital. The combination of those two things, the state capital and a big university, normally says that's a Democratic area. And it is. It's at 59% if you round up for the vice president. But again, go back in time. Danger zone, 65% for the president 4 years ago. How much can she give up will become the question if you find more counties like that where she's underperforming the president of the United States. So another way to look at it is come back to 2024. and bring it up, and let's just ask that question. Is she overperforming the president anywhere? In a couple of places she is, and that's it. If you're losing in one place, the question is, can you make up the math somewhere else? So where is she overperforming at the moment? Kent County. That's Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. 15 years ago, even in 2016, Donald Trump won this county. 15 years ago, reliably Republican, Western Michigan. You see right now with 27% of the vote in, Trump is at 32%. The vice president is 66. You go back, you see the difference right there. But the emphasis on the but, we're early in the count. So let's blank this out and come back out. But there are places, again, if you're losing in one key constituency, looks like at the moment she's losing with young voters in counties where those voters are important. Can you make it up somewhere else? Another place I would look, because of the size of the population, the second largest county in Michigan is Oakland County. These are the Detroit, just north of, here's the Detroit right here. If you follow M&M, think about 8 Mile Road, 12 Mile Road, here's where we are. You come up into Oakland County, you come up into Macomb County. Oakland County, she's at 54% with 6 in 10 votes counted, 62%. So you go back in time and you look, 56%. Again, underperforming the president of the United States in a county that is absolutely critical. For 4 years ago, Joe Biden at 56. Right now, she's at 54. I said she had some to lose. When you go county by county by county and she's a little behind, you start to worry about the math. And then you see this, though. It's only 12%. If this one stays blue, the vice president's going to win Michigan. This is Macomb County, birthplace of the Reagan Democrat, if you will. It's the auto industry. It's General Dynamics. It's blue-collar people. It's a lot of union workers. The tug-of-war for the union leaders to try to convince their members.
Something. Destined for greatness. Let me see. With the big cash app, destined for greatness. She said, hey, run it up. Thank you, Destined for Greatness, my love. Thank you for always supporting the channel. Big cash app. Thank you so much.
The vice president's campaign would have been happy, I think, with a 45 there, actually, if they're doing everything else somewhere. We'll watch as that one plays out, if she can keep her lead in Macomb County. Again, here's an aberration. Donald Trump is not going to win Wayne County. We only have, 6,000 votes there, a little more than 6,000 votes when you add it up. This is Detroit, but I will say Hamtramck and Dearborn are here in Wayne County. That's where hundreds of thousands of Arab Americans voted for Joe Biden in 2020. He won that vote overwhelmingly, and they are mad at the White House because of Israel and Gaza and Hamas. And so let's see what happens. This is 1% reporting. Wayne County will be blue at the end of the night, but the margin in Wayne County will matter, and will matter huge in deciding who wins the state. Again, the president of the United States, Joe Biden, getting 68%, Donald Trump just 30%. When we come to the end of the night, these numbers are meaningless. When we come to the end of the night, where's Harris and where's Trump? Where's Trump? Is he getting?
Hold on. Let me see what's going on. Let's see. Let me see what's going on. I just saw your message, Deetra. Girl, I cannot. Just too much. Wait, why I keep going out? It was just on. It was just on. Hold on.
The president of the United States, Joe Biden, getting 68%.
Okay, we back.
Donald Trump just 30%. When we come to the end of the night, these numbers are meaningless. When we come to the end of the night, where's Harris and where's Trump? Where's Trump? Is he getting?
Wait, why I keep going out? Let me give it a second. I'm going to give it a second. And since it's going out, we're going to see what else is going on, too. I don't know why I keep going on. Let me refresh it again.
And Gaza and Hamas. And so let's see what happens. This is 1% reporting. Wayne County will be blue at the end of the night, but the margin in Wayne County will matter, and will matter huge in deciding who wins the state. Again, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, getting 68%, Donald Trump just 30%. When we come to the end of the night, these numbers are meaningless. When we come to the end of the night, where's Harris and where's Trump? Where's Trump? Is he getting?
Okay, bump that. Let's go ahead to, let's go over here.
Mail-in votes are being counted, and all of that could really affect the outcome in ways we may not know until.
I did that.
Even the way their system works, it could take even longer. The one thing I'd flag for you is that was a promising development for Harris in terms of the tracking the early voting, the mail-in voting, is that an inordinate number of women were voting more than usual as a percentage. That could well weigh in her favor in terms of the fact that she is drawing, there's a real gender gap. She's drawing much more support from women. Trump is drawing much more support for men. But even those early indicators, fall into the same kind of trap that I mentioned of let's not jump to conclusions.
Absolutely. Mr. Stephen and Ambassador Shringla, thank you so much. I'd request you to stay on with us. But right now, what we're doing is cutting across to our sister channel, CNN, to take a look at these early trends, cutting across live to CNN now.
Yeah, we wanted to look across all three blue wall states that John was just walking us through, looking at this slice of the vote, the Latino vote in the blue wall states. Now, they only make up 6% of the electorate in each of these states, but look at the difference in the margin. So Harris is getting in Pennsylvania 58% of the Latino vote, again, 6% of the electorate, to Donald Trump's 41%. That's a 17-point advantage. But 4 years ago, Biden beat Trump with Latinos in Pennsylvania by 42 points. So that is a huge movement for Trump in narrowing that gap. Similar story in Michigan. You see the Latino vote makes up a 6% of share. Sorry, not a similar story, reverse. Donald Trump is winning the Latino vote in Michigan with 60% of the vote. Harris, 35% of the vote. That's a 25% advantage for Trump among Latinos. That is a big change when Biden won Latinos in Michigan by 11 points 4 years ago. That's a 36-point swing in the margin. And if you look at Wisconsin, Harris is at 61% among Latinos, Trump at 38%. Again, 6% of the electorate. These margins matter. That is about where Biden and Trump were 4 years ago. So not a lot of change in the Latino vote in Wisconsin, but a lot of change in Michigan and Pennsylvania towards Trump.
Fascinating stuff, David Chalian. Thanks so much. And let's talk about this with my panel here. Dana Bash, your thoughts.
I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan, in particular Pennsylvania, because there has been so much focus on the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, especially the Puerto Rican population there since the Madison Square Garden.
91 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump holding a sizable lead in the electoral vote as of now, but we are expecting more votes to drop in Democratic strongholds in key battleground states. We're also counting down to the next round of poll closings at 11 p.m. Eastern, when Democrats are expecting to claim a gold mine of electoral votes out west in California. That's all ahead.
Let me also now welcome Mr. Raymond Vickery, who is joining us. He's the author and advisor on U.S.-India relations and a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Commerce Trade Development. He's joining us live from Washington, D.C. Mr. Vickery, let me take this very point that we were seeing on CNN, talking about the Latino votes, especially in the swing states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and how much of that is keenly being watched. When it is about that, do you think things will look different for Donald Trump, whether or not the Democrats, the people who usually used to vote in favor of the Democrats among the Latino population, are swinging towards Trump, you feel?
Well, that certainly was what we just heard from the CNN analyst. That's really quite amazing to me when it is Latino immigrants that the former president has characterized as being people who were criminals, came from insane asylums, and so forth. So it's a very, very puzzling development. But it is a development that if that is holding and if that is true, which is very bad news for the Democrats. I would say I think that there is a real question here in regard to what happens after the polls are completely closed and all the votes are counted. We've had a great day, it seems to me, in terms of democracy holding. Been very little instances of things not working. But the question is, what will happen with democracy going forward? And it's really very puzzling if, in fact, people are believing the kinds of lies which have been told by Donald Trump over the past 4 years and disregarding them and saying we're going to go with them anyhow. So American democracy is more than just an election. It's the rule of law. It's the rights of the minority. It's human rights. It's freedom. And what we have to see is what will happen if Trump is wins. But there's still a lot to go, and we'll see what happens.
Ambassador Srinivas, taking on from that very point that Mr. Vickery was making, I really want to understand, does any of that you see, being is mattering here as far as the elections are concerned here in the United States? Because we do know how Trump is a convicted felon. We do know about the lies that he has told in public, but none of that really seems to be impacted so far. We also do understand how many of the Democrat-leaning votes are yet to be counted. But we see the numbers on the screen: 207 in the red. How do you see this swing really impacting the voters in America? Because clearly, right now, the early trends are showing what is favoring Trump.
So first and foremost, I would not call it a swing, because I think what you're seeing in terms of the results coming in as far as the states are concerned is on expected lines. The red states are going to the Republicans, and the blue states traditionally are going to the Democrats. The only point I want to make is that Iowa has just gone to Trump.
Yes.
Yesterday's New York Times Siena polls had predicted that Iowa was showing a 3-point lead for Harris, mainly because of women voters. But that has not turned out to be correct. Iowa has been declared for Trump. So it is on expected lines. Iowa is the red state. It's gone to the Republicans. So everything is going on expected lines, except the popular vote. And it's very early to say what the popular vote is going to be like. But in terms of electoral colleges, I think you will find that with California and a number of West Coast states being declared, the tally for Harris will go up, and it will become, again, neck to neck. And so we will have to come down to the battleground states. And again, I come down to Pennsylvania and possibly Michigan being absolutely key to determining who would be the next president of the United States. I mean, these two states, especially Pennsylvania with 19 electoral college votes, is going to be very, very important in that regard. And I think this is where we have to watch very carefully to see the final outcome of this particular contest.
Right. Stephen, I'll come back to you in just a bit, but we have to cut across to CNN and see what are the further projections looking like. Like Ambassador Shringla just mentioned, Ohio has gone to Trump, and that's a Republican traditional vote bank, although we had seen how there were projections that were indeed talking about a Harris victory from there, but that unfortunately has not happened. Let's see what further are we learning from CNN.
Take a look at the fight for electoral votes right now. As of right now, Donald Trump has 207 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. There are 270 needed to win. The results, of course, are still coming in, and we have a key race alert right now. In Arizona, Donald Trump is in the lead with 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a narrow 1,046 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Battleground, Arizona. In Battleground, Wisconsin, Donald Trump is in the lead there with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 4,004 up. That just increased. So to a 6,556 lead ahead of Kamala Harris with an estimated 55% of the vote in from Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 121,000 plus vote lead. That's with 61% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump maintaining his lead with 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 153,980 vote lead with an estimated 86% of the vote in. In Battleground, Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 52.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a more than 102,000 vote lead. That's with 27% of the estimated vote in from Battleground, Michigan. In North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump is 134,000 plus votes ahead with 84% of the estimated vote in the Tar Heel state. In Virginia, Kamala Harris still in the lead, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris is maintaining a 55,000 plus vote lead with 3/4 of the vote in there. In Virginia, 75% of the estimated vote. And then in New Mexico, Kamala Harris with 53.2% of the vote in the lead there. Donald Trump has 44.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48,589 more votes than Donald Trump right now with an estimated 65% of the vote. Still about a third of the vote left to count in New Mexico. And Boris Sanchez has a new projection for us in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, a handful of important projections to bring you, beginning with history being made in the state of Maryland. There, the executive of Prince George's County, Democrat Angela Alsobrooks, will defeat former two-term Republican Governor Larry Hogan. She becomes the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from the state of Maryland. Another projection to bring you, this one from the state of Delaware. Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester defeats Eric Hansen, a former Walmart executive, the Democrat here becoming the first woman and the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from Delaware. A projection to bring you in the Northeast, this time in New York. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a former presidential candidate, she will win her third full term in office as she defeats former NYPD detective Mike Sapricone. Let's get you some updates on the Republican side, beginning with the Lone Star State of Texas. Going into the night, Democrats had optimism about potentially flipping this seat from red to blue instead. Republican incumbent Ted Cruz wins re-election, cruising to his third term against Democrat Colin Allred, a congressman from the Dallas area, a former Tennessee Titans middle linebacker. Cruz here winning by a substantial margin in the Lone Star State. An update now from Mississippi. There, incumbent Republican Roger Wicker wins his third full term, defeating civil rights attorney Ty Pickens. Re-election for Wicker in Mississippi. An update now from one of the reddest states in the country, Wyoming. There, incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso wins his fourth term as he defeats Scott Morrow, a union official who touts his black belt in Taekwondo on his campaign website. Barrasso reelected in Wyoming. Some more projections to bring you, beginning in Missouri. There, incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley, perhaps best known for being the first senator to object to certifying the 2020 election results in favor of Joe Biden. He defeats Democrat Lucas Kunz to win re-election in Missouri. Meantime, in Nebraska, this special election, Pete Ricketts, a former governor there, He defeats Preston Love Jr., a former campaign manager for Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign in 1984. This is to serve out the term left by retired Republican Senator Ben Sasse. An update from North Dakota now. There, incumbent Republican Senator Kevin Cramer wins his second term, defeating engineering professor Katrina Christensen. Cramer reelected in North Dakota. So what do all these results mean for the magic number that Republicans need to take control of the U.S. Senate? Remember, they started out the night needing 2 Democratic seats to flip the chamber. Right now, that number with a pickup in West Virginia is 1. And currently, as of this moment, Republicans are leading in 4 races where Democrats hold seats. But hold on, because that needs some context. 2 of these states are fairly early. One of them is Montana, and that race is expected to be competitive. But the other one is Minnesota, in which we're not really expecting that close of a race tonight. And there's also potentially a twist. I'll explain that in just a moment.
Going back to my guests, Mr. Raymond Vickery and Mr. Stephen Golub, who continue to be with us on the broadcast. Stephen, I wanted to understand from you, we will talk about the Senate numbers so far that are going in the Republicans' favor. So how much more do they need to take control of the Senate becomes an important question. But, talking about Donald Trump and talking about his home state, even as we speak about how he has won, Kansas and Iowa, the fact that something was being projected could be swinging in favor of Kamala Harris. We also were talking about the Latino votes, and that really is possibly not working in favor of Kamala Harris. How do you see the entire policy of the Republicans, in turn, Donald Trump really working, where he has been very, very vocal in talking about the immigrant population in United States of America, and how, we've had the guests in the past talking about how he has badmouthed the Latino population, and yet the votes do seem to be in favor of the Republicans at the moment, out of the ones that are being.
Things stand right now. Usually, and I know you know this, as the night goes on, the campaign is trying to spin these numbers as they come out. Jeff and I have been sitting here reporting for hours. There's been a slowdown in that spin because they really are digging into these numbers as they are coming in and trying to understand what's left out there for them, especially in these big urban centers. Jake?
Yeah, this is my 7th presidential election. I would observe that when campaigns go silent, it's generally not a positive sign. Caitlin Collins, you're in West Palm Beach with the Trump team. What are they saying?
Yeah, Jake, much livelier here. As you can hear, Donald Trump's favorite song, YMCA, is playing behind me. And certainly the audience here has gotten a lot livelier in just the last 45 minutes or so, Jake. We've been here for several hours, and that matches the feeling back at Mar-a-Lago, where we are hearing from Trump campaign sources that they are feeling a lot more optimistic about these numbers, boosted by Virginia, but also by Iowa, a number that proved wrong in that poll that came out on Saturday and sent shockwaves through the Trump campaign. And Kristen Holmes, I know you've been talking to sources. What are you hearing about what they're thinking right now watching this come in?
They're starting to feel even more optimistic than they were before. A lot of them are looking at those exit poll numbers and they're seeing a lot of movement. Some of it we've talked about on our air, but the big numbers there, Latino voters. That is something that they really worked at this cycle. They believe that in 2016, Donald Trump won the election on the back of working class voters. They believe he could win the election this time around on the back of Latino voters, particularly Latino men. Now, one thing to watch, Arizona and Nevada. What do those numbers look like? He specifically in Nevada reached out to Latino voters. They were trying to launch their coalition for Hispanic voters in Nevada. They believe that this could actually carry him in that state, which obviously he did not win in 2020. He didn't win it in 2016, but they do believe that if he wins it in this cycle, it is because of Latino voters.
Yeah, they feel very good about him improving his standing with those voters from where he was, not only 2016, but 2020, Kristen Holmes. And Jake, I should note, a sign, as you're always just kind of looking for moments and to read the tea leaves, see what they mean. We're told that party goers who were at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump still is right now, are now filtering in here to the party at the convention center. Of course, it remains to be seen if and when Donald Trump himself shows up here, Jake.
All right, Caitlin and Kristen, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John, what can you tell us about Georgia right now?
So let's look at battleground Georgia. First, let's just look at the entire map and look at it out. There's a lot of red on that map. And that tells you right now, with a lot of votes to be counted, this map looks a lot more like 2016 than it does like 2020. And you know at home what happened in those 2 elections. But we're not done with the count. So let's look in Georgia right now. The former president, leading in Georgia by 136,000 votes and change at 51% to 48%, 89% in. So when you get this close to the finish line, you're saying, what's left? And is it enough? Is it enough to overcome 136,000 votes? So let's start with that. And let's look at where our live outstanding votes are. The bigger the circle, the more votes still to be counted. The color of the circle, how the votes coming in that area right now. So you do see a lot of big circles in Atlanta and the suburbs, down here in Savannah and the suburban areas around that, Columbus, Georgia down here. You see some pockets of Democratic votes that are still out. They're large pockets. That's a lot of votes. And if they come in big numbers, we'll see how significantly the vice president narrows that gap. You also see a lot of these little blue dots. They're not done in the rural counties in Georgia. And that matters too, because yes, if you get a big basket of votes in Cobb County is at 95% though. So you're not going to get a ton there. Fulton County is at 90%. It's the largest population center. So 10% can be a lot of votes because of the population center. This is the one we're waiting the most on, Gwinnett County, but they're up to 72% now. And then we'll come down here and look at DeKalb County. They're at 89% now. So we have more votes to come from in this circle of Atlanta and the suburbs around it that are blue, but we also have more votes to come from in some of these counties out here. That one's at 94. That one's at 95. That one's at 98. That one's at 92. So you got a lot of the vote in these places. So Donald Trump still has some votes to pick up in the rural areas. The question is, how big are the vice president's advantages in the Democratic areas where votes are still out? When you're down by 136,000 votes with 89% reporting, when those votes come in, not only in Atlanta suburbs, I just want to check down here in Chatham County, we're only at 36%. So again, if you're in the Harris campaign, Abby and Jeff are exactly right. They are scrubbing the books now. They're looking at their data projections. They are calling people in the states. They are trying to find out what happened here. How many people turned out? We're getting 60% of the vote at 36% counting. How many more to get? And are they all ours, or are we splitting these votes? It gets frantic in campaign headquarters at this point of the night when you're trying to figure out, is the math possible? I would say as you pull it out, yes, the math is possible, but you'd rather be Donald Trump right now in Georgia than the vice president of the United States. So let's look at North Carolina, another of the Sun Belt states, 145,000 votes ahead. That's almost twice what Donald Trump won North Carolina by 4 years ago. 85% of the vote in, same test. What's the outstanding vote? Again, smaller circle now in Mecklenburg. I'll go there in just a second to see. That was a little bit bigger earlier in the night. That's the largest county. Mecklenburg County is Charlotte and the suburbs around it. Out here, in the Raleigh-Durham area, still a lot of votes to be had. Fayetteville area, a lot of votes to be counted. But again, look at those little tiny dots, right? Not a lot out there, but all those little rural counties add up for Donald Trump. So let's just come out and check where we were talking about. Right here, Cumberland County, that's Fayetteville. Only 21%. So this is where, if you're the Harris campaign, when I was in those Georgia counties, they were at 75%, 80%, somewhere in that ballpark. That gets you nervous. That gets you jittery. Here, you're still jittery because you're losing, but you know there are a lot more votes out there. This is the second largest county in the state, Wake County. They're up to 82%. So you're starting to get a little nervous there. You're looking for places, that's 94%. You're looking for places that are your color, that's 95%, that are in the 60s, in the 70s, or the 30s, right? This county is not as much population, but at least there you have some hope. Let's look at Mecklenburg. They're at 90%. Now, again, this is where the biggest numbers come in. So that 10% can matter, but it's the only big county you have left. And the other guy has 145,000 vote lead in a state he has won twice. So then we come up here, and that's what made Donald Trump president in 2016. He flipped the blue wall states that had voted. They have voted together since 1992. They have voted blue in every one of those elections with the exception of 2016. Right now, as we get closer into late night here, Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania by 116,000 votes, only 67%. So a ways to go there, a ways to go. The Senate race is also tight. Guess what? There we are in Pennsylvania. Then you come over here. He's leading in Wisconsin. This is a state, 2 elections in a row has been decided by ballpark 20,000 votes. Trump's lead is 26,000 votes right there. Again, battleground Wisconsin, very close. Vice president's team scratching to try to find votes. And Michigan, she's leading in Michigan, only 30% of the vote there coming in. So to me, as I look at this map, the blue wall states become paramount, Jake.
Indeed. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all, California, which has 54 of the 78 electoral votes at stake this hour. And we have a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of California with those 54 electoral votes. Not unexpected. Harris will win California. CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. So what does that mean for the electoral, too early to call. We have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon with 8 electoral votes. Too early to call. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes at this hour. Kamala Harris cracks 100, now has 145 electoral votes. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Donald Trump is 59 electoral votes away from that. Let's look at these battleground states now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6%. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5%. Donald Trump has a 2,356 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48.4%. Donald Trump has a 28,576 vote lead with an estimated 59% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He's at 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,411 vote lead with 68% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump still in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 136,328 vote lead. That is with 88% of the estimated vote in from the state of Georgia. In North Carolina, another battleground where Donald Trump leads, 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 145,388 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now with an estimated 85% of the vote in from the Tar Heel state. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 51.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.9%. Kamala Harris is 74,838 votes ahead of Donald Trump, but that's less than a third of the vote counted there. 30% of the estimated vote in from the state of Michigan. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead there still, but narrowly so, 50.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 73,375 vote lead. That is with 78% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Mexico, Harris leads there too, 52.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.5% of the vote. That is with an estimated 69% of the vote in. Harris with a roughly 43,000 vote lead. Let's go now to Abby Phillip, who is at Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. at the campus of Howard University. Abby, what are you hearing from the Harris campaign, if anything?
Yeah, Jake, we actually just got a pretty significant update from the Harris campaign campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who sent out a memo to her staff tonight laying out what they see ahead in the coming days and hours. And my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing. The key point that Jen O'Malley Dillon is making is that this is a close race. This is the close race that they have been expecting. She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. We will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
They are not, because the margins are so small. And just reading from that memo, should we have known all along our clearest path to 270 was through the blue wall states? And again, they point out the cities we were talking about, Milwaukee, Detroit, and of course, Philadelphia. Abby, a central question hanging over all of this, and indeed the crowd here waiting behind us, is Vice President Harris going to address the crowd? That is a possibility. We will see in the coming days as we hear some helicopters overhead here. We will see. But the bottom line is they know this is a close race. This is going to be not resolved tonight in their eyes.
Yeah, Jeff, this is a critical moment, I think, for the Harris campaign to show where they get to 270. And Jake, it looks like they are not foreclosing really on anything in the map right now that is not called. They're still waiting for the polls to close in parts of the Sun Belt, for those results to come trickling in. But again, it's the blue wall again. It is it's Pennsylvania, it is Wisconsin, and it is Michigan, where the best chances are for Harris to get to that 270 that she needs to become president of the United States.
All right, Abby Phillip and Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall John, explain the theory of the case for the Harris campaign right now, if you would.
Right. And you heard Jeff and Abby emphasizing, even the campaign saying essentially they don't rule out any other possibilities, but we're really banking on the blue wall. Well, at the moment, as we speak, 2 of the 3 blue wall states, that's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, 2 of the 3 are red. We're not done. We're not done, but 2 of the 3 are red. Why is that significant? Well, let's look at the Sun Belt states. And again, Harris campaign is not ruling this out, but you show this here. Donald Trump, 142,000 votes ahead in North Carolina. I can show you the live outstanding votes. And when I show you the live outstanding votes, you will see some pretty big circles in the blue areas, large metropolitan areas and suburban areas where the Democrats do quite well. I just want to say, at 85% reporting statewide and 142,000 vote lead, is it mathematically possible? Are enough votes out there? Yes. When you get to this point in an election in a state Donald Trump won twice, you start to think, okay, this looks like it did in 2016 and in 2020. It looks more like 2016 than it did in 2020, to be honest with you. But you look at it, and if you're in the Harris campaign, you're calling all these counties, and you're trying to figure out, how many votes are out and what percentage are we getting. But if you're looking at the North Carolina map, I'd rather be Donald Trump than the Vice President of the United States right now. So then you bring up the Georgia map. And again, this one, I'll say this again, I'm a broken record. 2024 is not 2020. There's not as many mail-in ballots. We won't have as many large percentages of Democratic votes coming in the days after. But Donald Trump was ahead by more than 200,000 votes at this point 4 years ago. So let's just be cautious for the sake of being cautious. And yet, at the same time, I just said that, I want to tell you, he's 136,000 votes ahead in a state that was decided by 11,000 votes last cycle. 88% of the vote is in. So where is the live outstanding vote? Live outstanding vote. This is where in the Harris campaign.
All right, I just want to say on the left-hand side, although at this point my nerves getting bad too. I ain't gonna lie. My nerves getting bad too. Hey, Crown, you come back. She has caught up some. We're 179 to 214. My nerves is bad too at this point, but I'm still optimistic. 179 to 214. So she's come up some. So I'm looking at the left-hand side of Google. I'm gonna play CNN some more, but I just wanted to say, if you're looking at the left-hand side Google prediction, she has come up quite a bit. So let's keep listening to CNN.
Here, let's come up to 2024 and see what's left. 11% left. Again,
hey,
large,
Lisa.
very Democratic area. You see the 81% there, just to the east of Atlanta. Let's just check 2020. Biden getting 83. 81, 83. You might think at home that's not that big of a difference in a race that's very close.
Oh,
yes,
somebody's
going
gonna
to
get 270.
a big difference. So we have to watch at the moment. Let's come out. Let's do it this way. Come back to 2024, and let's just pop in this and see where's Harris underperforming.
But to answer your question, the Electoral College, they decide to vote anyway, whether it's by the popular vote or not. So the Electoral College has to, well, you know what? They decide who's going to get who's going to basically become president. Is not by popular vote. It's by the Electoral College vote.
It's a little bit better. And in a state decided by 11,000 votes, that can matter. So again, you asked me about the map. We're not done. We're going to count. The Harris campaign will update us. They enter their counties. We have people on the ground asking the people, our vote desk with Pam Brown, what votes are still outstanding. But if you look at this map right now, I want to switch. Well, let's just check real quickly where we are in Wisconsin, 61%. I want to check Milwaukee. This is where, okay, only a 53% in Milwaukee. Black turnout in Milwaukee better be huge in the uncounted vote for the vice president to catch up. I talked to a Democrat out there earlier who said it was good. They didn't say it was great. They said it was good. And I asked if it was great, and they said it was good. So we'll see how that plays out. Dane County, 74%. We're at 91%. Again, not to be a broken record, 75%. A percentage point can matter, underperforming by just a little bit. And so she's losing in Wisconsin. Got a ways to go there. She's holding on in Michigan at the moment. We're still only at 32%. So we got a long way to go in battleground Michigan. We'll come back out here. And this one is the biggest. I'm going to show you why in just a second. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we've been saying it for weeks. 19 electoral votes, the largest of the battleground states out there. 72% in, 178,000 vote lead. That's a healthy lead. Now, again, let's look. Let's look. There's a lot of votes. This is what happened. Remember 2020. Donald Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania. This was what brought Joe Biden back. They counted the votes, mainly in Philadelphia, but also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted than there are now, but we shall see as we come out. And Jake, before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want, one little quirky thing. Trump's leading in Northampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties that have been. So just watching that. But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance, if Donald Trump, if, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history, and when you look at the numbers tonight. Excuse me. If that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that? Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes don't matter in those other states. But in terms of the path to 270, if he holds those leads he has right now in those two states, which are healthy leads, she cannot afford to lose that. Just cannot. And at the moment, as we switch maps, please jump in if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national map so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania and bring in Kate Baldwin, who is at a vote counting center in the best city in the world, Philadelphia. Kate, what are you learning?
It's the only area where you're allowed to be biased. We've just learned, as John was focusing in on the outstanding mail-in ballots. That is something that we have all been waiting for. I have just learned from a source close to the counting process that the next batch, the second batch of mail ballots that will be loaded and posted, scheduled to at 11:55 p.m., that will be tens of thousands of ballots. They're still working through it. So narrowing that number down any further, not possible at this time. We'll continue working with it, but it will be tens of thousands of mail ballots that will be posted at 11:55 just before midnight, adding to which was the first batch, which ended up being 115,000 mail ballots, which is just narrowing the universe of what's outstanding, getting us closer and closer to, as John has been talking about, once you get that 50% of the 50% of the vote in, then you can really start seeing where things are headed. And what we're seeing in Philadelphia, they're not yet at 50%. They're getting closer to it. And these mail-in ballots, when they post at 11:55, will get them quite a bit more there.
All right, Kate,
Jake.
thanks so much. Let's go to the other side of the Commonwealth. Brian Todd's at a vote counting center outside Pittsburgh. Brian, what's the status of the vote there?
Jake, the bottom line is we're heading to the finish line very quickly here in Allegheny County. I'm with David Voy, the election divisions manager of the county. David, it's going to be counted all pretty soon. By midnight, about how much of the vote do you think will be in?
So I believe we're roughly 98% now that have reported. I believe by midnight, we're at 89% reported. I believe by midnight we should be around 98.
And to clarify, just about all the mail-ins have been reported by now.
All the mail-ins that we have will be counted and tabulated this evening. The only thing that it will not be are any military or overseas ballots, which they have an extra week to return their ballots, and they'll be scanned in later.
And an illustration is right behind us of the votes coming in. Explain to our viewers what these are and where they're going to be put.
So these yellow bags are the physical paper ballots that voters have voted. They are put in these bags and sealed and locked. The seal numbers are traced for chain of custody, and they will be locked up and kept here.
Just how smoothly has it gone? Because we've heard that it's gone incredibly smoothly here in Allegheny.
So this crew that works here on election day, they've gotten really good at this since 2020. I mean, we posted our first batch of approximately 186,000 mail-in ballots by 8:02. And, by law in PA, we're not allowed to post any results before 8 o'clock.
Is there anything we can look to be outstanding after midnight tonight?
Just the provisional ballots, which we were sworn in on Friday to start our return board. That is our recount. That's when we'll start researching those provisionals, see how many we have, and start counting those. And again, like I said, the overseas and military ballots, this will count and get into the system next week.
Any sense of how many of those there are?
Less than 4,000.
That's why I got Google on the left-hand side. That's the most, like, I mean, like I said, they're all predicting, but that's the most current that I've seen. Lisa, what kind of gifts you got? I have gifts. I love them all. Thanks. Lisa, what you talking about? Giggle that ice. Yes, baby, I got my ice in my cup. All right, let me go back and see what these people talking about.
Large batch of mail-in ballots. So that release was 60,673. And by 1 a.m., I'm told they'll see more results from the precincts of today's in-person votes. You have to remember they have to take the memory card, drive it in. It's a large
Here
county.
we go.
Now, total ballots counted so far, like this is the universe, right, is 151,950. And then I should note the ballots cast in person today there in this key Collier County is 91,277 per this official. Let's go over to Bucks County. This is another critical Collier County, as John King has been talking about all night. I'm told results will trickle in as these data cards are being driven from the polling places. An official I was just in touch with, texting with there in Bucks, says so far over 90,000 mail-in ballots are accounted for in the results out of a possible total of 151,000. And I also want to note this, that the state will be required to report the outstanding early votes by midnight. So we should get a clearer picture soon there in this critical battleground Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Back to you.
All right, fascinating. And she was just talking about Bucks County. Walk us through Bucks County. This is where Harris had a couple big events there, including that one with Liz Cheney, really making a play for Republican women, especially in Bucks County.
And for Haley voters. Nikki Haley got 155,000 votes in the Pennsylvania primary long after she was out of the race. So that was one piece of the competition. Two things to say about this. Number one, it's only half the vote. So if you just think we have about 200,000 more votes, right? This is 51%. It's 103 to 102. So you got roughly 200,000 votes still to come in. Bucks.
Oh, Lisa, I know what you're talking about now from Deetra. I got some gifts too. Not from Deetra, but from Mama D. I gotta open them. Everyone's so quiet. Why y'all so quiet? Crown said. Shawty probably sad. It's not funny. They probably sad, Crown. I'm gonna remain optimistic. Y'all know they had a couple of cups. They probably say. Let me go back on mute because I don't need to talk right now. I just need to listen to CNN shit. Because it's all over. Ciao. Oh, woosah. Fix it. God, fix it. Ain't neither one of them no good, but at least we can stand and deal with Kamala a little better than that other one. But anyway, let me see what they're talking about.
In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with more than 165,000 more votes than Kamala Harris, with more than 76% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 131,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with 90% of the estimated vote in. So they got 10% to go there in Georgia, but Donald Trump in the lead. In North Carolina, another battleground, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 138,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris with an estimated 87% of the vote in. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris is in the lead, 50.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Harris has a more than 40,000 vote lead over Donald Trump with 33% of the vote in there. John King.
So, Jake, just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania again. Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now, but he was born in Pennsylvania. That was one of the things that helped him, is because he was, as he liked to call himself, the scrappy kid from Scranton. So where are we now in 2024? I was just looking here. This is Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden was born, Scranton, Pennsylvania. You say, well, the vice president's winning it with 51%, but Donald Trump's at 48, right? So again, in a close battleground state, margins within some of these counties can matter. She's at 51. Joe Biden, 4 years ago, was at 54. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margin there, you say, oh, that's only 9,000 votes, right? But if you're trying now, you're trying to make up this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes, right? So when you're losing ground in each of these counties, it hurts. And so let's just come over here. This is Luzerne County. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania. Harris getting 42%, 43 if you want to round that up. Trump at 57. Again, 43 for the vice president, 42. So there she's competing, not so bad. There.
Yeah, Sabrina. Yeah, so far you
Carbon County.
You're right, especially now. It just updated
4 years
again.
ago. 7.
Child just updated to 230, and he don't need but 270. Child, I'm gonna just play the live.
2%. There's a little bit out here. Again, you're looking for population centers now. This is the 10th largest of the 67 counties. If you're the Harris campaign, you're looking at population centers trying to say what's left in the places where there are a lot of people, modest amount of people in Lehigh Valley, but you see it right there at 52. Just want to come back. Joe Biden's at 53. You see the pattern that continues, right? I was saying Donald Trump has to improve his standing a point or two in the suburbs. She has to match Joe Biden in these close battleground states. And in a place that matter, blue-collar Pennsylvania, you don't see it right now. Some votes still to be counted. Maybe she makes it up. But so then the other point is, if you're losing places, can you make it up, right? If you're losing in one piece of the state, can you make it up somewhere else? Look at Delaware County. She's getting 60% of the vote, right? So it's only 70% counted. She's getting 60. Biden got 63, even in Delaware County, which is strongly Democratic. That was my last stop on the all over the map tour there. Again, there's time, right? There's 70% of the vote to come. But look at this, right? If you've got 70%, the most you're going to make up, if the percentages stay the same, you're going to make up somewhere in the ballpark of 15 or 20,000 votes, right? That's great. You're making up 15, 20,000 votes. His lead is 178,000 votes. So you're looking for places where you can make up a ton, which is why, to circle back to your hometown, what Kate Baldwin just told us is absolutely essential. It was Saturday morning in 2020 when that last installment from Philadelphia came in. The next installment will not be the last installment from Philadelphia, but she said tens and tens of thousands of votes, right? The Vice President of the United States is getting 77% of the vote right now in Philadelphia. They're approaching 70% reporting. All right, you come back in time, the President of the United States was getting over 81% in Philadelphia. Again, this is your biggest basket of votes. The Democratic coalition, this is the foundation. There's no house for Democrats without the foundation of Philadelphia. At the moment, she is underperforming the President of the United States, and she has to make up 178,000 votes. The math there is pretty clear. It's not mission impossible, but the more you get deeper into the count, the question is, after this next big batch of votes from Philadelphia, does it become mission improbable? I think is what you're looking for as we wait for more votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And again, Trump wins Pennsylvania, the map gets near impossible. Not impossible, but near impossible.
There have been stories written a week or two ago about Democrats in Philadelphia sounding the alarm and basically using the press to send the message to the Harris campaign that they didn't think that the Harris campaign was listening to Philadelphia Democrats enough about the need to improve the margins. And just, Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020, but he improved his vote count in Philly from 2016 to 2020. And it looks like he's doing that again tonight, even while improving his margins in the collar counties, as opposed to what happened 4 years ago.
Well, we don't have the raw numbers yet, obviously, because we're at 70%, but he's at 22 if you round that up, 117,000 votes. Let's just go back and look. He's certainly on track to. If he keeps the percentage he's at now, right? He's at 18% there, and he had 132,000 votes. He's at 117,000 votes, and we still got 30% to come in. So sure looks like he's overperforming 2020. We're not done yet, but it sure looks like that. And then so the analysis afterwards will be, who is it? Is it black voters in Philadelphia? There are some suburban areas outside of Philadelphia there. There are some affluent white voters there as well. But that will be the analysis afterwards. The thing that strikes me is we're going through these states. The thing you heard in the last week from the Harris people is that we're on the ground. Our labor allies are on the ground. Our progressive groups are on the ground. Our LGBTQ groups are on the ground. We're knocking on doors, and we don't see the Trump people anywhere. Right? Trump did sort of contract out his get out the vote. I was in 7 or 8 of these battleground states in the last couple of weeks. We didn't see many Trump people out there at all, just doing phone banks. But what happened in 2016 is Trump's support was organic. It was organic. And so, the Trump campaign says, texts and phone calls work to turn out voters. Democrats think it's knocking on the doors. If this map holds up, that's going to be a big conversation about motivating and turning out voters in this technology age. What works best? What kind of contact works best? Or, the vice president's campaign, well, they say she only had 110 days. She didn't have enough time to introduce herself. Or, that part, we're not done yet. But that's what's going to happen. If that happens, is who the finger pointing in the Democratic Party. We're not there yet. But as you watch this map fill in, another thing that is distinctive at the moment, we're not done yet. In 2 presidential elections, Donald Trump has lost the popular vote both times. At the moment, he's 5.1 million votes ahead. We're just starting to count in our most populous state. So there's a long way to go, and that could change. But that would be a trophy if Donald Trump wins this election. That would be a trophy he would very much like to claim after losing the popular vote in 2 elections in a row.
And you also know there are people in the senior echelons of the Trump campaign who say that they still do direct mail because there's said seniors, you can't reach seniors through texting and emails, that the way to reach them is with direct mail, which a lot of people in politics today laugh off. But guess who votes more than young people? Seniors. Sarah Seidner. Let's go to Wisconsin if you can, because I want to bring in Sarah Seidner, who's at a vote counting center in Milwaukee right now with 66% of the vote in. Donald Trump is in the lead there with 50.6%. In Wisconsin in general, Kamala Harris with 47.8%. Donald Trump right now in the lead by almost 60,000 votes. Sarah, you have officials with you who can tell us about the outstanding vote in Wisconsin. Still about a third of the state's vote is outstanding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we just heard a big cheer go up here in Milwaukee at the central count, as they call it, because all the wards have finally reported. So they are counting these ballots as fast as they can. They do believe that they're going to be able to give some kind of idea of this count after midnight. It will not take the extra 2 or 3 hours. They thought it might because of that problem with what happened with the tabulators, which, by the way, are right behind me, one of them. All 13 of them, there was an issue. A door was not locked. And so they, out of an abundance of caution, decided that they were going to rerun through the absentee ballots, 30,000 of them, but they've been able to do that. And now they're about 80,000 of 325,000 that have already been processed. All right, with me now, we have Patricia Ruiz-Cantu and Douglas Haig, Republican, Democrat. Both of them are on the Milwaukee Election Commission. First of all, how are things going? And do you think we're going to find out something soon?
We will. I think things are going really well, even though we had a little hiccup. But, as we united, all the workers and the parties, I think that it's extremely important that we were in the same page and that we had an agreement and everything is going well.
What did you make of this? I know Ron Johnson came out, a Republican, and was very, upset with all of this and was sort of making hay about it. What were your thoughts on what happened with these machines?
Well, there was a human error in part of it. So when it was caught, we just simply did a rerun on the with the processing and the tabulators, and even probably some of the tabulators should have seen it, but it was caught by one of the observers who brought it to the executive director's attention, and it was acted upon immediately. We took care of it, and yes, we anticipated a much further delay than we are, but I think we're right on schedule where we anticipate to be earlier. And true, if you can see around and look at the poll workers at work, we both have Democrats and Republicans working side by side, and many of them have been doing this for many years, and they've become very efficient about it, and they're with the integrity from each group. So I think we're going to be getting those numbers fairly soon. I don't want to say as early as we would like, but I think it's going to be earlier than what we thought before we had the hiccup, so to speak.
Just to both of you, what do you think of this, the number of voters? Are you seeing the numbers larger than in 2020? And what are you seeing now?
I'm not seeing as large as I thought before. But I was doing, most of us were going out to the polls earlier too. The polls were a steady, nice flow. What I did see is a high volume of same-day registrations. That was seen to be a much more increase at all the polling sites, and not just one geographical area, whether it be whatever demographics, but it was all over that was encompassed. And I talked to each chief inspector, and that is the area that I saw a much increase in the participation of same-day registration.
Same day registration. We saw that also in Cedarburg today. A lot of people coming and registering and voting. Thank you both so much. We should just make very clear, you heard it here from a Republican and a Democrat who are election commissioners, that there was an agreement. This is going to be a free and fair election here in Milwaukee. People are watching every single bit of this and agreeing that things are going as smoothly as possible after that hiccup earlier today.
All right, Sarah Seidner in Milwaukee. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at Milwaukee and Wisconsin at large. Donald Trump in the lead with 66% of the vote in the state in general. Tell me about the WOW counties, if you could.
So you're right around Milwaukee or the WOWs. Let me get to it in just a second. I just want to interesting. Number one, we've learned about Senator Johnson in recent years. He likes to put out press releases before he knows what the facts are. Sorry, it just happens to be true, especially about voting integrity. That's how it's supposed to work. A Democrat and a Republican standing side by side, Democrats and Republicans throughout the room, they're fine. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They had a human error. We're all human, and they're fixing it. Right? That's how it works. Sometimes it means you wait a little while, but you have people in the room, eyeballs, both parties, eyeballs on everything. Yep. Everything's going to be fine. But the point Mr. Hague made at the end is instructive to me in the sense that if you come to here, you're down, you're the vice president, you're losing by just shy of 60,000 votes. This is the number one county. It is 17%, 17% of the state population. You're getting 66%. So you say, okay, there's still 40% of the vote to come in. But Mr. Hague just made a point. He said he didn't think turnout was great. Well, let's see what these final numbers are, because if you look at that number right there and look at 176,000, right? When Joe Biden carried Wisconsin 4 years ago, it's at 317,000, and it's 69% of the vote, right? So 317,000 and 69% of the vote. She's at 66% of the vote. And the raw math, right? You need the higher percentage, but you need that raw math to overcome what is happening in all this red, right? Especially, one more check and I'll get you to your wows. Dane County is 95% in, right? This is Madison. This is the University of Wisconsin. Young voters, college area, tends to be more liberal. 74% for her, 242,000. Again, Biden's number's higher and the math is higher. That's what happens in battle. That's how you win or lose battleground states.
Get out the vote and get out the vote and
in the right
with a
places,
higher percentage.
Right.
Yeah.
And so in a place where the state won by 20,000 votes, you saw the margin even just right there. So let's go to the wows. You're going to go to Waukesha County, was just here recently, right? This is a place the Harris campaign was hoping, hey, women, you don't have to tell your husband who you're going to vote for. If you believe in reproductive freedom in a conservative county, vote Harris. Just don't tell your husband about it. This is one of the places they thought the Dobbs decision, reproductive freedom, abortion rights would help them cut into the margins. Well, we're at 91%. We'll see. But 40% is her number. If you round that up, we'll go back in time. It's a tiny bit, but it's not a significant jump from where the president was 4 years ago. And Trump's at 60% if you round up then. He's at 59. So a little bit, maybe a tiny inroads there for her. So you're moving around up here. You go up to Washington County. This is a big 70% of the vote here for Trump. Let's just double check it and come back.
He improved
up a little bit. He improved a little bit. And then you come over here to the O. I did wow backwards for you there. I put the O at the end.
Yeah.
But you come over to Ozaki here, and the former president is at 55% of the vote in 2020, and he's at 56, roughly the same, but a little bit, So Trump is not underperforming. It's maybe within the margins, but when you see that well behind where President Biden was, and now you're waiting on this. I mean, there are some other small things. Let's take a look and see what else is out there. But as you can see, the biggest thing is here. And some of these votes up in here, if you're in the Trump campaign, we're talking about, can she come back? But if you're in the Trump campaign, you're also saying, do we have a cushion? Is there more coming in for us? And the answer is yes.
They got all that Green Bay vote.
The answer is yes when you look up there. So the next thing we learned from Milwaukee is how many votes, what is her percentage, how does it affect the statewide math, and then how much is left?
Yeah.
How much is left? In your biggest area, you have to turn them out. Because then again, I just want to come up here and look at this. Again, Brown County, this is Green Bay, blue-collar workers. Trump's getting 61. The vice president's getting 37 or 38 if you want to round that up. That matters.
Oh, my God.
It matters.
He almost shot almost 10 points. Right. 9 points.
Right. In a battleground state, he's up and she's down in a place where, if you're the Harris campaign, the Biden campaign, you're not going to win here. You're not going to win here. But if you make it that race, if you make it that close instead of that close,
you
get a better result, period. It's simple math.
Let's go on to the third of the blue wall states, Michigan. Jim Sciutto is at a vote counting center in Detroit. And Jim, you have an update on the vote in Wayne County. Tell us.
Well, let me tell you, we've been in touch with the Secretary of State's office really every few minutes here, trying to figure out when we're going to get another batch of Detroit, of course, the surrounding Wayne County votes. And we're told very soon. They won't put a figure on very soon, but very soon. We know they're working hard, calculating those numbers, counting those votes, and that there have been no issues. They're not encountering any issues with machines, et cetera. This is just a process of getting the work done. We've also been in touch with Macomb County, where we were outside of Detroit earlier today. They are also expecting, they say, another batch of votes to be reported quite soon. And here where we are in Detroit, this is the location where they've been counting the absentee ballots. Just in the last hour, another 2,500 or so absentee ballots came in. That brings us pretty much to the end of the 100,000 that they've expected. At some point in the next hour, we'll see another U-Haul truck come in with the remaining absentee ballots that they've collected from drop boxes around the city here. And they've been counting as they've been going. Remember, because they started counting last Monday. They didn't have to wait till Election Day. So those numbers will be done soon. I will say the Secretary of State told me earlier this evening that she's moving up her expectation that by midday tomorrow, they could report final unofficial results, saying she believes they might be able to do that tonight, perhaps after midnight in the next couple of hours. But of course, they'll have to get those Wayne County numbers done first. And I should note, the Secretary of State just walked in here to monitor the counting of those absentee ballots, as she's been doing at precincts around the state.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thank you so much. Jim Sciutto in Detroit. I mean, John, it's 2024. They only have 16% reported in Wayne County, home of Detroit.
One of the things you look for in life are consistency.
Death taxes, Wayne County comes to life.
Wayne County, Gary, Indiana. Yeah, they're consistent. This is my 10th presidential election, and it's the 10th time you've been counting late in the night, and you're saying, hello, Detroit, hello.
Yeah.
It's the way it is. But, you see the Secretary of State's there, Jim is there. Again, that's nothing nefarious. It's just inefficiency, to your point about that we live in the technological age. And Jim just said, they changed the law in Michigan so you could count some of the early votes, beforehand and then release them after the polls close. So it adds to the why. But right now, let's focus on the what, which is an 86,000 vote, almost 87,000 vote lead for the former president, again, in one of the states he flipped in. I just want to pull that out to make sure I'm right. Yes, he's leading in all three of them now.
Oh, wait. That changed while we were talking.
That changed while we were talking.
She was ahead in Michigan, and now she is no longer ahead. Now Donald Trump is in the lead. Right now, not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all three blue wall states.
Plus North Carolina, plus Georgia, plus Arizona, plus Nevada. We're not done with the count.
But this is right now the map of 2016.
That is the map of 2016, and that is the 5-alarm fire inside the Harris campaign to get on the phone. Again, we're not done, and we lived through 2020. And I want to say it again, slowly and clearly. 2020, this time of night, and there were states that changed, and they were largely, Pennsylvania changed. Trump was ahead in Georgia. Things have changed. There's not as many mail ballots out there as in 2020, so I would not expect as dramatic a swing. The question then becomes, go state by state, county by county, is the math there? And, I'm trying to be fair and try to be, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. When you're leading in all of them and you're Trump, that's what you're sitting in the headquarters. So maybe they're not going to win them all, right? Maybe they're not going to win them all, but they're leading in all of them right now. And so let's just look at what happened here and come on in. Number one, it's the smaller rural counties. When they fill in, again, it's, you say, oh, that's not a lot of votes. Well, that's a lot of votes when you have it there, and then you have it here, and then you have it again here. You're getting 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 in all these little counties. 120 votes there. That's only 5% reporting. You say, oh, that's not much. It's a lot when you think you're going through a state and you have all these counties. And then the question is, so what are the Democratic margins, right? You've got 83 counties in the state of Michigan. So 56%, we're about halfway through in Kent County. It's the Grand Rapids suburbs, and she's running a little bit ahead of the president there. But Jake, the big question in Michigan is, when do those Wayne County votes come in, and what do they do to the statewide total?
All right, John. Well, CNN has a major projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first of 7 battleground states that we're keeping an eye on, and we are calling it for Donald Trump. What does that mean for the electoral count? Donald Trump now has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153. 270 are needed to win. Let's go to Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, CNN is now calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. This is the first of 7 battleground states that the campaign is watching with eagle eyes.
Yeah, Jake, remember when I told you a few hours ago that it was going to be seen as a gut check for the Trump campaign? Listen here, it's a bit of a delay, but your call is playing right now over the loudspeakers in the room, Jake. You can hear the party here, the partygoers gathered at the convention center here in West Palm Beach cheering as your call is coming on the screen. They have been glued to CNN for the last several moments, watching John King at the map, going over each of these numbers. But North Carolina is an important benchmark for the Trump campaign because they were watching it to get a gut check for how they believed the rest of the evening could go. And I can tell you that what I'm hearing from Trump campaign sources is they are increasingly confident as the night is going on, still not certain, of course, watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin, and as this is moving forward. Jake, I will tell you that we're seeing more people from the Mar-a-Lago party come over here to the Trump headquarters where this party is going to be held. But also, some Republicans are flying into Palm Beach. We just heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was watching the results come in with his constituents back in Shreveport. He is now headed here tonight because he is predicting a bigger Republican margin in the House, a Republican takeover of the Senate, and he says he believes a Republican is going to win the White House, therefore Donald Trump, Jake. Obviously, still waiting to see, but a noticeable shift here in the mood at the Trump headquarters.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach at Trump HQ. Thank you so much. So the first of the 7 battleground states to fall, CNN projecting North Carolina for Donald Trump.
This was the most probable pickup for Kamala Harris, if that was the world in which we were living. That is why Donald Trump went down there multiple times in the last 24, 48 hours of the campaign. And it clearly did not happen for Kamala Harris. And Trump, he's telling his people, I'm told, and just like we heard from Caitlin, that this is something that portends well for the future. We don't know what it means for the other states, but what we do know is it's even more evidence that blue wall is the path for Kamala Harris.
And that path is just more and more narrow, I think we're seeing as the night goes on. But also, so many people thought that perhaps this would be an election that in tenor and tone would be closer to the midterms, a big conversation about abortion. That is not where it's going. It seems like you're seeing that male turnout is starting to produce what the campaign wanted.
You know, I think a lot of us came into tonight wondering, was it going to feel more like 2016 or 2020? And 4 years ago, I was at Fox, and at almost exactly this moment, at 11:20 p.m., we made the very controversial call. They made the very controversial call of Arizona. And that changed the whole feeling. And that's one of the reasons the Trump campaign was so furious about that call, because it was the first flip and the first indication that maybe it was going to be different than 2016. Right now, and look, there's a lot of voting and states to be called. But right at this moment, this does feel more like 2016 than 2020. No question about
It is interesting. And and the fact that we're calling it at this point is also significant, because I don't think North Carolina was called last time 4 years ago until maybe a week after the election, or it was certainly after Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania came on Saturday. I think North Carolina was Sunday or Monday. The fact that we are making this call now suggests that.
Okay, y'all, I am still here for those who wondering if I was asleep. The hell with you, I'm up. Listen, if you look to the left, see, this is some, baby, this is some shit. If you look to the left, she's now 25 electoral college votes away from Trump. This is really it's really nerve-wracking for real. Oh, crowd, Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. It's 11:45. I don't know if you typed that before I said something or if you typed that after I said something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm damn up. I'm sitting here looking at this bullshit. Listen, she's now just 25 away from Trump. So it's like, oh, I could just scream like, we don't know what's gonna happen. We just gotta keep watching. I don't know what's gonna happen. Mind you, that's Google's that's on the left-hand side is Google. Now I don't think Google like to be wrong. So I'm still watching. Now if we look at the bottom, child, I don't know what the hell they doing at the bottom. What the hell they doing? Why they think so much of a difference at the bottom? That's MSNBC, I believe, still at the bottom. We ain't gonna pay them no attention. But anyway, I just wanted to say that as according to Google and their prediction, she's only 25 electoral college points away. So I don't damn know. I'm just watching like y'all watching, but hell yeah. Bullshit. I'm just sitting here watching, but hell yeah, I'm up. So let me go back and play.
I will say the Secretary of State told me earlier this evening that she's moving up her expectation that by midday tomorrow they could report final unofficial results, saying she believes they might be able to do that tonight, perhaps after midnight in the next couple of hours. But of course, they'll have to get those Wayne County numbers done first. And I should note, the Secretary of State just walked in here to monitor the counting of those absentee ballots as she's been doing at precincts around the state.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thank you so much. Jim Sciutto in Detroit. I mean, John, it's 2024. They only have 16% reported in Wayne County, home of Detroit.
One of the things you look for in life are consistency.
Death taxes, Wayne County comes
Hey, what Vera at? Detroit
This
ain't
is my
got
10th
that dang
presidential
on votes
election, and
count.
it's
What
the 10th
Vera
time
at?
you've been counting late in the night, and you're saying, hello, Detroit, hello. Yeah. It's the way it is. But, you see the Secretary of State's there, Jim is there. Again, that's nothing nefarious. It's just inefficiency, to your point about that we live in the technological age. And Jim just said, they changed the law in Michigan so you could count some of the early votes, beforehand and then release them after the polls close. So it adds to the why. But right now, let's focus on the what, which is an 86,000 vote, almost 87,000 vote lead for the former president, again, in one of the states he flipped in. I just want to pull that out to make sure I'm right. Yes, he's leading in all three of them now.
Oh, wait. That changed while we were talking.
Changed while we were talking.
She was ahead in Michigan, and now she is no longer ahead. Now Donald Trump is in the lead right now.
Let's go over here. Let's see what they're talking about over here. Let me refresh. Let's see what they're talking about over here. Why is it so low?
This one coming in Ohio. They're
talking so low over there.
Defeating incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown Marino, the owner of some luxury car dealerships who invested early in blockchain technology, fought to attach Brown to the Biden administration more broadly, specifically on issues like immigration. Sherrod Brown, a populist who had survived some difficult tests in his state before, cannot overcome the political headwinds he is facing. Donald Trump has now won Ohio 3 elections in a row, and it's simply too much for the incumbent Democrat to overcome. So we are projecting that Bernie Moreno is your new junior senator from the Buckeye State.
Right. Why are they talking so low?
The first one, a historic one in New Jersey.
The volume is up.
Is set to become the first cool.
Can y'all hear?
U.S. Senate. He defeats.
Can y'all hear it? They talking low over there.
Curtis Bashaw. Meantime, in Virginia, their incumbent Democratic Senator Tim Kaine, a former vice presidential candidate, he's projected to defeat Hung Cao, a former Navy captain. Another Democratic goal to tell you about this one, Martin Heinrich, the incumbent senator there, seeking his third term. He defeats Nella Dominici, whose father was the last Republican senator elected in New Mexico some 20 years ago. Another Democratic goal to project for you.
I sure did. I clicked it and put it on mute, champ.
Incumbent Senator Maria Cantwell wins her fifth term as she defeats Raul Garcia, an ER doctor. Now, what does that pickup in Ohio mean for the magic number? We started out the night with Republicans needing to pick up 2 Democratic seats.
Wait, Rika said
with West Virginia and Ohio.
Rika said Maryland Fox 5 is showing 211 Harris and 232 Trump. Well, I like that better than, I mean, that's better than what I'm looking at. I mean, everybody got different numbers. I don't know what the hell. MSNBC, they must like to be very careful with their prediction. Maybe they said they ain't going to be wrong.
70% of the vote, and we just got an update. The lead pretty much the same in Wisconsin for Hovde. In Pennsylvania, this has been going back and forth all night. But right now, the former CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, Dave McCormick,
Let me mute. Let me refresh and see what they got going. Stop it. So they say, well, I just seen something. See, they talking about some 165 to 227. I like Google. I mean, I do mostly.
The former
listen.
CEO of
Okay,
one of the
let's
largest
see
hedge
what's
funds
going
in
on.
the world, Dave McCormick, currently leads incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey by about 120,000 votes. Still a very close race. This one also a very expensive one. 81% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, a key race alert from the state of Michigan. This one has been close all night as well. Former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers currently leading current Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 48,000 votes. Rogers ahead of Slotkin, 40% of the vote in the Wolverine state. So let's take a look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, the raw numbers. What does this mean? Democrats hold 40 seats. Republicans, with those two pickups, hold 49, 11 seats remaining to be determined. Jake, obviously 51 for control. James.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. And CNN can make a projection. CNN projects that Washington State, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. Washington State, with its 12 electoral votes, to the Democrat, Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's look at the electoral map right now. Donald Trump has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 165 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. We are waiting for more votes in the big three blue wall battlegrounds of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin that both campaigns are watching very closely right now. A total of 6 top battlegrounds remain undecided as we get later into this election night. Stay right here for the next big rollout of votes. Right now, we're going to squeeze in a quick break. Stay with us.
Going on break. We don't want to see no commercial. We don't want to see no commercial. I know y'all been seeing commercials on my stuff, but we don't want to see their commercial.
And that also is going to be some amount of bad news for Kamala Harris. Remember, still more than a third of the votes are to be counted, especially in the Rust Belt.
Round where Donald Trump leads 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 145,388 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now with an estimated 85% of the vote in front.
Now, that's another thing that's aggravating me. All of these news sources got, I mean, they really got all kind of different numbers. I mean, shit. I mean, we still watching. I'm going to go with Google. I mean, I would think Google wouldn't want to be wrong. Out of the whole everybody, I would think Google is so big they would not want to be wrong. So I don't know. We're going to see.
Has 48% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 73,375 vote lead. That is with 78% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Mexico, Harris leads there too, 52.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.5% of the vote. That is with an estimated 69% of the vote in. Harris with a roughly 43,000 vote lead. Let's go now to Abby Phillip, who is at Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. at the campus of Howard University. Abby, what are you hearing from the Harris campaign, if anything?
Yeah, Jake, we actually just got a pretty significant update from the Harris campaign campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who sent out a memo to her staff tonight laying out what they see ahead in the coming days and hours. And my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing. The key point that Jen O'Malley Dillon is making is that this is a close race. This is the close race that they have been expecting. She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. We will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
They are not, because the margins are so small. And just reading from that memo, should we have known all along our clearest path to 270 was through the blue wall states. And again, they point out the cities we were talking about: Milwaukee, Detroit, and of course Philadelphia. Abby, a central question hanging over all of this, and indeed the crowd here waiting behind us, is Vice President Harris going to address the crowd? That is a possibility. We will see in the coming days as we hear some helicopters overhead here. We will see. But the bottom line is they know this is a close race. This is going to be not resolved tonight in their eyes.
Yeah, Jeff, this is a critical moment, I think, for the Harris campaign to show where they get to 270. And Jake, it looks like they are not foreclosing really on anything in the map right now that is not called. They're still waiting for the polls to close in parts of the Sun Belt, for those results to come trickling in. But again, it's the blue wall again. It is it's Pennsylvania, it is Wisconsin, and it is Michigan, where the best chances are for Harris to get to that.
We are continuing with our coverage on the U.S. presidential race, and the latest projections that CNN is talking about is seeing a lead, in fact, a win for Trump from North Carolina. That's one of the key swing states that has been won by the Republicans, and that aspect becomes a very, very crucial one when it is about this race to the.
Leave this man.
Well, they must gonna make us watch that commercial. What they got going? Uh-oh, now they won't even refresh. Milwaukee has not been called out, still recounting. Okay. Y'all said Google is wrong tonight?
Vote lead with an
Well, I don't
estimated
know.
44% of the vote in.
I can't really say who's wrong until the winner is declared. Ooh, child, she's only 20. So, Rika, how do you know what you're watching is right? You believe Fox 5 over everything?
Battleground Georgia, Donald Trump is up 50.7%. Kamala Harris is 48.4%. Donald Trump more than 118,000 votes ahead of her, with an estimated 93% of the estimated vote in. Arizona, Donald Trump ahead there too with 49.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.3% of the vote. He is more than 7,500.
Now, Rika, you know I love you, right? Rika say, it's the news over here. Rika, you know I love you, right? But you do know CNN is the news, too. And you do know down here at the bottom right, MSNBC is the news, too. I was just trying to say.
Vote in. As we follow these crucial undecided races, we are all already also getting closer to another poll closing. 4 more electoral votes are at stake in the next hour in the heat of the battle to reach 270. So every electoral vote counts. We're just minutes away from voting ending in the reliably blue state of Hawaii. Over to John King now at the Magic Wall. John.
So, Jake, a quick look. You just went through the numbers. Just want to look very quickly. These 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, will determine the fate of the Harris campaign, whether there's any chance she can come back. As we wait to see those results, I just want to show you something. Bring it up. Remember January 6th? Donald Trump was finished. Even Republicans were running away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is done as a national politician. I want to show you something. This is Trump overperforming his 2020 performance by 3% or more, right? This is a statewide look. We're not done with some of these counts out here, so this will change a little bit. But Donald Trump overperforming 2020 after January 6, 2021. That's the statewide look. Look at this. Just look at this when you go to full counties. Look at how many counties across America, 994 of the 4,000 plus, 4,600 plus counties and townships, especially up this way, part of the country, they don't call them counties, they call them townships, but in nearly 1,000, 993 right now. This will change as we go through, but Donald Trump is overperforming. And look at where they are. He's mostly performing in red areas. His vote is getting higher in the areas where he wins elections. Yes, there are some blue places where he's overperforming, but just look at battleground Pennsylvania. Look at all these red counties, places that Trump wins, where he's overperforming by 3% or more what he did in 2020. Then you come out here, let's go up to battleground Michigan. These are the decisive states left on the board right now. Look at in the areas, those are his base areas. He's getting more. The same over here in battleground Wisconsin. So the former president of the United States, given up for dead, Jake, after January 6, 2021, is running stronger now than he did in the last campaign.
All right, Don King, thank you so much. Every electoral vote counts, and 4 more are on the line right now as polling places are about to close in Hawaii. And we project Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii with its 4 electoral votes. Not a surprise. Hawaii, a reliably Democratic vote. But that does mean a pickup of 4 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has 230. He is 40 votes away from winning. Kamala Harris has 169 electoral votes. She is 101 votes away from the 270 needed to win. John King.
So, Jake, let's look at the map where we are right now, and then we'll go through some of these battleground states where we're still waiting. But just look at the map right now. You see a lot of red, right? So let's look at the 2020 map. You see the blue, right? The blue wall states, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, right? Now watch. This is where we are now. 2024 looks a lot different than 2020. But at the moment, looks pretty similar to 2016. Donald Trump won the blue wall. Donald Trump won North Carolina. Donald Trump won Georgia. Donald Trump won Arizona. The only difference would be Hillary Clinton in 2016 did carry Nevada. Donald Trump leads there right now when you come back to 2024. But it's just, 2024. Let me come up here and do this and hit this. And you go there at 2024. So that's the one, it's just a dramatic change when you come here. And so Donald Trump is remaking the map again at the moment. And the question is there any way for Harris to come back? Again, we've given Donald Trump North Carolina. So let's see where we are in Georgia. If Donald Trump also carries Georgia, the vice president cannot afford to lose Pennsylvania. Yes, Nevada's out there, Arizona's out there, Michigan and Wisconsin are out there. 19. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. So can she come back in Georgia to stop that from happening? She's limiting her. If he wins Georgia, her path is so limited. So it's 118,000 votes right now in a state decided 4 years ago by 11,700 votes. Donald Trump with 93%, that's an important number, of the vote counted is ahead by nearly 120,000 votes. So you're looking, this is where they would have to be. You can pick up votes elsewhere, but that's where most of the votes are. That's close to half of the state population, right in Atlanta, in the metropolitan area around it. So what's out there? Are there live outstanding votes out there? Well, let's take a look. The answer is yes. Let me get rid of the coloring so you don't have to see that. The answer is yes, they're out there. You're at the point now where you're talking about drawing to an inside straight flush, essentially. You need these votes to come in overwhelming numbers for you. But you do see there's the mathematical possibility. This is why the Harris campaign is on the phone. This is why I assume Donald Trump has not come out yet to say anything, because he's hoping that this one comes off the board as well. You're looking at the math right there. It's possible. So we're waiting for more votes in Georgia. So then you come up, Jake, and we'll look at the blue wall states in a minute to see if any of the math is changing. But if you look at the map right now, you would so much rather be Donald Trump than the vice president.
All right, and we have a projection, John. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the Commonwealth of Virginia. Commonwealth of Virginia, with its 13 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat Vice President Kamala Harris. What does that mean for the electoral math? Let's take a look. With 270 electoral votes needed to win, Donald Trump is only 40 behind that with 230. Kamala Harris has 182 electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert. Where are we with all the states that we have not projected yet? Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 213,000 vote lead over her with 84% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up there, 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 47% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 107,294 vote lead over Harris, but there's still about 55% of the vote that has not been counted in Michigan. A lot of votes to count in Michigan. Wisconsin now, Donald Trump 51% of the vote, Kamala Harris 47.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 92,000 vote lead over Harris. That's with more than 3/4 of the votes counted in Wisconsin, 77% of the vote. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump up 50.7% to Harris's 48.4%. Donald Trump with a 118,838 vote lead over Harris with 93% of the estimated vote in. In battleground Arizona, Donald Trump up 49.8% to Harris's 49.3%. Donald Trump with a 9,600 plus vote lead. That's with slightly more than half of the vote counted in Arizona, 52%. In Nevada, Donald Trump up 73% to Harris's 26.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with an almost 11,000 vote lead. But that is, again, with only 2% of the estimated vote in Nevada counted. Still a lot of votes to count in Nevada. John?
So, Jake, let's look at right now. You're looking at the big map and you're seeing all that red. Yes, Virginia, we just projected for the vice president. That one's blue. I'll take a closer look in a minute at that one. But you're looking at the blue wall states. Essentially, Harris's only path is to come back in these three states right there. I can give you a conceivable possibility where she only has to come back in two of them, but she has to come back in all three of them to have a reasonable path to 270 electoral votes. And it's a problem at the moment, 168,000 votes. I'm told more votes just recently came in Philadelphia, and indeed they did. So now you're up to 76% estimate. These can change a little bit as more votes come in. But you see that, the vice president opening a healthy lead in Philadelphia, which is a building block of a Democratic win in Pennsylvania. The question is it enough? I just showed you Trump was leading. So 78%, 477,000 votes. If you go back 4 years ago, it's 81%, and it's 603,000 votes. Remember that, 81 and 603. 78 and 477. Can she move both numbers up when we get the final quarter of the vote? That's the challenge, because you need that math, forgive me, to overcome that. 168,000 votes in a state that was decided by 80,000 votes 4 years ago and 40,000 votes 4 years before that.
I want to show y'all again that all of the news outlets are going to have different projections. Here's a projection right here from News Nation. Harris 226 and Trump 251, which is probably the biggest projection that we've seen. So again, all of the news stations are going to have different projections. Some of them like to be more careful, and some of them are like, child, they're going to win that. You know what I'm saying? So all of them are going to have different projections. We got Google on the left, CNN at the top right. Now I just brought in News Nation, who's got the biggest one I've seen yet, 251 Trump, 226 Harris. All of them, I'm saying again, are going to have different projections. It's not a matter of one. I mean, you can trust whoever you want to trust, but it's not a matter of it being faster or slower or whatever. It's a matter of some are moving safer or wanting to be safer with their predictions than others. Okay? All right.
Probably higher than the percentage she's getting so far. I just want to check it against President Biden. She's a little below President Biden, which seems pretty consistent when you go through some of these areas across these states. Bucks County is this one here. Yes, I'm in the right place. That's Montgomery. Oh, Bucks has turned red. That's why I couldn't find it, because Bucks has turned red. Only 55% of the vote in. But if this is red at the end of the night, Donald Trump's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the more blue collar, the more competitive of the three collar counties. It's Bucks, Delaware, and Montgomery. Used to be, this was solidly Democratic, and the others were Republican. The education divide has flipped that one. Montgomery and Delaware are reliably blue. But look at this. Donald Trump, only 55% of the vote in. But look at that, 50 to 49. If you do it there, you go back in time, 51, 48, 47. So Trump was competitive here. It was a 4-point race, a little more than that 4 years ago. But again, in a close battleground state, you want to move the margins, you flip a county. So let's see if that one holds as we go. If you're in the Harris campaign, that particularly makes you nervous. And then you come out here, and again, I just want to pick them randomly. This is where Trump just runs it up. So you're saying, can she come back in the Philadelphia suburbs and in Philadelphia? Mathematically, you can make the case. Common sense-wise, you start after a while to think, he's getting 75% here, he's getting 78% here. There's a little bit of vote out there, not much, not hardly anything left there. Not much left there. So his vote is mostly in. Trump's vote is mostly in when you look at the map. But the question is there really enough there? And let's see where they are here. 94% in Allegheny County. So again, you're getting 59 to 39, 20-point gap 20-point gap. So yeah, but it's got to be a lot of votes to come in, and they say they're at 94%. So it's not impossible. I would say we're starting to lean into the improbable. And let's go over into Michigan. This is a state where the vice president was leading early on. Then Donald Trump took the lead. He takes the lead sometimes in these states when all these rural counties fill in. Look at them all, right? And again, you just find him, and he's at 67% here, and he's at 65% here, and he's at 66% plus there. Not a lot of people, but when you've got 83 counties and you're winning 60 or 70 of them, that's how it works. And he builds it up there. And then the question is, can the Democrats overcome it with huge numbers where the people live? Number one, Wayne County, we're still only at 16%. So if you're in the Harris campaign, you're saying, okay, we have almost nothing or less than 20% from Detroit, right? So she's getting 62%. She has 88,000 votes. And Jake, if you go back to 2020, again, when Donald Trump won Michigan, he's getting 68, and he gets close to 600,000 votes. So that's sort of our test. When Wayne County gives us more votes, do we get a huge number like that? And is the split, right? Donald Trump at 30%, that's Detroit and the suburbs around it. Donald Trump right now, it's only 20%. It's less than 20%, 16%. So, but that if he's even above 30, right? Anything he's above 30 is an improvement for him. And so we can't see it all on this map. We have to get more granular. But Detroit, is he doing better? Is Trump doing better with the black vote? Or where is overall turnout maybe down a little bit from 2020? That's a big question too. And then here you have Hamtramck and you have Dearborn. They're not on the map, but they're right here. Those are two very important pockets of Arab American voters that were 200,000 plus voted for Joe Biden 4 years ago. We don't know. We don't have that granular detail just yet, but that was one of the big questions in the campaign. Spent a lot of time on my trips at Wayne State campus, younger voters, a lot of Arab and Muslim students at Wayne State, and a lot of young progressive students at Wayne State. Did they lose the youth vote there? A lot of the questions. Now, I'm raising questions that we'll answer in more detail tomorrow and next week and the week after that when we have final results. But if you're 158,000 votes ahead, only halfway in Michigan, I mean, I hate to say it, but like you're looking at this and like that's the best of the three blue wall states.
Let's go to Wayne County right now. Let's go to Detroit where we find Jim Sciutto who has an update on the vote count there. Jim?
Jake, there have been a lot of questions and some consternation as to why we haven't seen more data from Wayne County yet. And I just spoke with the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and we believe we have the answer here. I asked her quite specifically. And she said the reason is that Wayne County, in part, given all the scrutiny on this county as it impacts the outcome of the election in this state, is not reporting partial results. It's waiting until it has either all or the vast majority of those results in before it, in effect, gives that batch and makes it public. And I just want to highlight one point that's going to happen in the next hour, perhaps even the next few minutes. A nondescript U-Haul van is going to drive in one of these doors behind me here with the last remaining outstanding absentee ballots in Detroit, part of Wayne County. About 4,000 we expect. That's the final batch, not just, we are told, of absentee ballots outstanding, but the final outstanding votes in Detroit, big part of Wayne County. So when that truck comes through the door, they begin to tabulate those. That gets us to the point where they're going to have, in effect, all the votes they need to count and get to that point where they're going to be ready to report those final figures. We were told it could be in the next few minutes. We'll be watching. We'll report back when it happens. But that could be the point when you get that big batch reported publicly.
All right, Jim Sciutto in Detroit, Wayne County. And you were noting that we don't have Wayne County to the granular level, that we can't see Dearborn and other places where there were a lot of uncommitted votes during the Democratic primary. But just to remind our viewers, during the Democratic primaries, as a protest of President Biden's support for the Netanyahu government of Israel and its war on Hamas in Gaza, 100,000 Democrats voted.
For those who are watching Fox, feel free to give us an update with Fox predictions in the chat. We got Google on the left-hand side with Kamala Harris 20 electoral votes away. We got CNN with 8 makes I can't do this math tonight. About 40 electoral college votes away, roughly 40. Actually, probably closer to 50 50 electoral college away. And then we got MSNBC, and they way bike. And then people in the chat who are watching Fox are giving us updates there.
7,000, to 103. Well, again, we got 30% of the votes still to come in, and maybe the percentages change as well. Maybe all the votes that are out are from the campus, and and it juices up the number a little bit. But if you're looking at that now, you're underperforming the president of the United States, and Donald Trump's at 32%. At 26%. That's I mean, if that gap holds and if his improvement like that holds, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's a big deal, though.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things you hear from the Arab American and Muslim American community in places like Michigan is not that they were going to vote for Donald Trump, but they either were not going to vote or they were going to vote for Jill Stein or Cornel West. I'm not sure if Cornel West is on the ballot in Michigan, but I mean, these numbers don't add up to 100 here. So I'm guessing that there is a better than, my guess would be, educated guess would be, there's going to be a better than average showing for Jill Stein in Michigan than in other states.
Right, and she worked it hard. She was out there quite a bit. Every trip I was out there, you saw activity. Either she was in the state or had just been in the state.
Yeah. So just to explain it. Now, one of the other things I heard about people talking about Michigan is everybody in the media, all you talk about is the Arab American, Muslim American vote. But really the issue in terms of a big sizable, bigger chunk of votes is white working class voters, union voters, because the Trump campaign ran ads slamming Harris's position on electric vehicles, EVs, and that is actually going to be more significant ultimately. That was, this is just their projection, than the Arab American, Muslim American vote. Is there any way we can gauge that, how well or poorly she did compared to Biden when it comes to white, non-college educated union voters?
David would have the exit polls, so you could look at union households. That's a question on the exit polls. I can show you some counties where we were. 3 times I went out there to talk to union auto worker groups. And I want to just say this up front. There are more automobile manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point during the Trump presidency. I repeat, there are more auto manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point in the Trump presidency. However, the EV debate is a debate. Stellantis just laid off 1,100 people, right? And in part because they say they have electric vehicles sitting on the lot. The union says that's BS. It's corporate greed. They're not keeping their word. But this is a conversation. Are they going too fast? At a minimum, are they going too fast? There are some auto workers who say, why are you forcing this on us? There are others saying the infrastructure is not in place. Culturally, people aren't ready for them. Why are you going so fast? So one of the places you'll find that is right here in Macomb County. We met Joseph Knowles, just laid off from Stellantis, a black union auto worker. No one in his family had ever voted Republican for president. He was voting for Donald Trump. He said everybody in his family was mad at him. This is where you find them right here. Bill Govier is another Ford worker in Macomb County who wanted to vote for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. When he dropped out and backed Trump, Bill Govier said, that's great. I love them both. And he voted for Trump a 3rd time. So some of them have been in Trump's camp, like a Bill Govier. But Joseph Knowles is a +1, voted Democrat all his life, right? So there, Macomb County, we got a long way to go here, 36%. But Trump at 58, when you round that up, Trump at 53 right there. So again, we'll see if that sustains itself.
Yeah.
And the Biden number at 45, the Harris number at 40. If that's the number at the end, then it's very hard.
Well,
to
there
see
you go, and you can see why. And not all of that change is from that one issue or that one demographic I described, but that is quite significant if it holds. Let's go to Pamela Brown at the voting desk. Let's jump to Wisconsin if we could, because Pamela wants to talk about Milwaukee and what's going on there. Pamela?
Yeah, I've been talking to officials there, Milwaukee County as well as the city. Let's look at Milwaukee County right now. A large portion of the vote that remains is from Milwaukee City itself. This is the largest county. This is the largest city in Wisconsin. According to a source in Milwaukee County, 9 out of 19 municipalities are completely reported. And the source also says that the county clerk there expects all results from Milwaukee County to be reported between 2 and 4 a.m. tonight, Central Time. So these results coming in overnight there from Milwaukee County. That is the expectation. Now, let's dive in here to the Milwaukee City. I just spoke to an official there. Milwaukee City has 27,724 mail-in ballots left to be counted so far. In addition, officials are still waiting for results from 4 wards still, and those would be the day of votes. So from election day. So there's still quite a bit to go to count tonight there in Milwaukee City. For context, 69% went for Biden in 2020. And as I mentioned, this is the largest county in Wisconsin. So we're keeping a close eye on this.
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Let's take a look at Wisconsin as long as Pamela drove us here.
So a critical point she makes, 4 wards in the city of Milwaukee still have not reported their election day votes. And again, anecdotally, just texting people out in the state, they said turnout was good. They weren't saying great or gangbusters, they were saying good. So you wait. But again, so we're waiting for the city. This is Milwaukee plus the suburbs around it. The county is what you see here. But she's at 66% and Joe Biden's at 69%. So when those city of Milwaukee votes come in, that not only does that percentage need to move, but that math needs to change quite significantly if you're trying to make up that. Now, 96,000, that's better than 150,000, right? Simple math, people. We always say politics can be very complicated. Sometimes it comes down to basic arithmetic. Are there enough votes still out there to overcome a 96,000 vote lead? And so if Pam says 4 big wards are still out in Milwaukee City and there's a little bit more in Milwaukee County, the answer is maybe. Right? Again, you're getting to the point where you're drawing to an inside straight flush, but maybe. So then you look around in other Democratic areas, and again, Eau Claire, she's getting 55% of the vote. I just want to compare that.
Same thing.
That's okay, a little better maybe, but it's not a ton of. It's just not a ton of people there. Then you come down to La Crosse. You're looking at the blue areas, and you're saying, is there anything left? Not much left, right? It's not a huge swing anyway. So even if you pick up some votes, you're not picking up a ton there. So if you're looking at this map now, I just want to check what was our percentage here. 95% in Dane County, and these other blue counties around it, I'll hit them for you. You just see they're pretty small population-wise. I mean, not tiny, but again, you're at 95% Rock County, 95% Greene County, 92% Lafayette County. That one is a little bit smaller. So again, the math's getting really hard if you're trying to figure out, can Harris come back in Wisconsin? And I would say simply that it comes down to that, and those Milwaukee precincts that are out better be gangbusters.
May I do a personal prerogative, Maxie, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? We haven't checked in there in a while, and that's obviously a place near and dear to my heart. And I have questions about it. One of them is Allentown, which is blue right now. Allentown, the town.
Oh, Jesus. Lisa says Fox is 216, Kamala, 232 Trucker. I mean, I like that. 16 away. 16 electoral college votes. I like that. I mean, I like that. So we're just gonna have to see, baby. I'm here.
Win it, but you're looking at 48% in Lehigh County, and you're feeling pretty good because you were 46 last time, right? And again, within a battleground state, you think margins within the margins, the battlegrounds within the battlegrounds. So, Joe Biden at 53% with 98,000 votes, the vice president at 50% with 93,000 votes. Now, we're not completely done there, but that 5,000 votes makes a big difference. It just does, right? So that's there, right? So then you come out here and you come up. Let's just move on up, right? Carbon County. Look at this. Trump getting 73% of the vote. He's improved. That's one of the places he's overperformed himself. And then you move up here. This is Lackawanna County, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown. It's a tough, competitive blue-collar area, but 51 to 48 now. 54 to 45.
And if that movement of 4%,
right,
it can be the whole thing.
It's a couple thousand votes here. It's a couple of thousand votes there. I want to show you something.
By the way,
else.
can I just point out?
Erie has now flipped.
Erie, which has always voted with the presidential victor in Pennsylvania and nationally, is now with Trump.
Has flipped. And let's see where the turnout is there. Again, it's one of the 25. They're at 95%. It's very close, but it's always very close. So you see Erie County, very close there.
Let's listen to Fox for a bit. Wait, is this new or old? Let me see. Is this? Hold on. I hope I don't try to do them. Let's see. Hell, see, Fox wants to. Fox doing too much already. Don't send me shit. Where the hell did it go? Oh, is it up here?
$1,000 camera for only $41 on deal.
Dealdash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents.
This iPad Pro sold for less than $34.
That was
And this
ironic.
Nintendo Switch sold for less
Let me
than
put
$20.
this.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer.
The irony is all of y'all wanted Kamala to win and over there watching Fox for your updates. But anyway, we're gonna listen to Fox for a little bit since that's where y'all at. Hey, Angelic Angela. Well, they have no worries. Nobody in New York votes for Trump. We know better. Okay. Absolutely.
Infections may cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less.
We're gonna wait. Yeah, New York know better. They don't. New Yorkers, they don't like that, man. Now y'all got some good sense for that one. Oh, my ear. You know what? I should. No, I'm not. Let me see. They still got the Mercer. They still got the Mercer. Let me see.
It still sucks when I go to the grocery store.
Yeah, and that's also why, you know, the right track, wrong track numbers are.
Mama D said I do not do Fox
wrong
at
track,
all.
25, but the election's not 75%, 25, because there are people who think it's
Okay,
wrong
hold on,
track, but
here
they're
we
still
go.
going to vote.
Okay.
So we're getting a lot of vote in, but there are still several states that are very important that are still too early to call: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, states that we've been talking about a lot over recent weeks. And we just want to get all that data in.
So if you put it up on the board, we can show that we are closing in because there is a lead in a lot of these states. And you look at what's left out there. Pennsylvania, 86% in. Michigan's a little early in 52%, and then 80% in Wisconsin, 93% in Georgia. We're going to dig into Georgia in a little bit.
Yeah.
And in fact, let's throw it down to Madison Allworth in Atlanta. Madison, why haven't you made a call?
Brett, you know what? I've been getting that question from a lot of folks on the ground here because obviously obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCoon, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet. A lot of things that they're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area.
Damn, they called whoever she was just talking about called Georgia since 10:30. They called Georgia 2 hours ago. That's why all of the numbers all over the place.
Is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind. And they heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years because the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet. And there's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision, and ultimately it came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated voting base here. And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. By the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so. So we'll see where that stands.
We'll get a look at that and see where that's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state my kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like John Madden and Pat Summerall calling a football game. Every call you make, this crowd erupts. And when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making. And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the odds have moved in favor of Trump winning. And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank
There's
you.
probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but something. Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Carl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania, as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters back Trump by more than 2 to 1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan, white Catholics. Really interesting. He is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24-point margin.
Wow.
That's a big difference in
major
Michigan.
difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we
Same
began.
one.
It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit of change. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all 4 of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people and small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But Union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this. But we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was, some conversation over how much of a remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right? Where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be, or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's been very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction. Mm-hmm. And she represents the party in power. To me, it's it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given the
party, the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like,
I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britta and Carl have made the point. I think 3 things. I listened to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in a country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about, the suburban areas, in some places he wasn't performing. And you see the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant. I mean, what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing and little girls sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So there'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that he has made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania. Bill, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead. What's
how
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Well, because there's a lot to be said over here.
All right.
In this
So
figure. Go
Pennsylvania, we're still looking at, but
yeah,
we're also looking at the national popular vote.
Yeah,
which he's currently leading.
Yeah, one thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later, Philadelphia. That's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay, so hold on that moment here. Okay, there's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now. Okay, got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin Wyden out there, Mitt. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, you know, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Center County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Center County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walz's campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Walz party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken, So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, you know, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some movement.
Up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there. And we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily. But this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right, because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you'll have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia, loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
Yes.
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election. This is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple of weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these, swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall.
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan in particular as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or 2. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but.
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is, we think, why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we had thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we have also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. that does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas. But the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
We've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren? Brett?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
It was a, what we go here.
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much is
Yeah.
99% in or 90? What did you say?
90%, statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask. Exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
Really
Darren.
does help
Darren.
a lot.
Coming
Good job.
by.
Very
Great job.
nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Well, Aisha,
Chef,
thanks.
thank you very much.
Cough drop.
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. So we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw. And I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandra.
Yeah. Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting the result tonight, Pennsylvania's results, and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need. And here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking the state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank
thanks.
you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? It wasn't, oh my gosh, it was 0.3 of a point, all right? And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance. And we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there, and now reporting here. In Michigan, You know, the blue wall, 6.3. So that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhat, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada, and Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly, just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, a point, it's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in, but Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York
How
Times
high?
Needle is
Wow.
now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Well, let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He is, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours. But Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour. And if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes. So still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown watch party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us. And we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House
Overall,
situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple of incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way. And the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment. And I think that the likelihood, as we pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there is even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led a insurrection against the United States government is potentially now, like a phoenix going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought there was really was an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I don't know.
The exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight is.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a riot in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've talked a lot about it. And the campaign,
clearly.
I'm
not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan, is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
I don't know. That's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with Juan. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said: if Trump wins, he said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
Carl,
I think he's trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? I think that the
Hispanics and black males.
Yeah. It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments. But let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only about a quarter of the black men.
I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion.
All right, y'all. Listen, unless y'all just want me to leave this hanging on here, I must set me an alarm for 30 minutes because I'm about to go to sleep. Now, what I can do is go ahead and leave this on here if y'all want it on here. And I'm gonna take me a little nap, and I wake up and I'm gonna set me an alarm for 30 minutes, because otherwise I'm gonna be done with this sleep on y'all. But I was not sleeping in the comments because I kept putting the post on the screen. Thank y'all very much. So y'all let me know what y'all want to do.
Rightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work? Did the gender gap with women, did black women, white women, Hispanic women? We still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things. But I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than
You know what's crazy? Shit, at this point, I'm sober.
What to talk about here?
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that.
Ooh-wee. All right, y'all. Listen. I'm about to go to bed. I ain't got no more in me. I don't have no more in me. I'm about to go to bed. So y'all turn on your TVs, or if you, I'm sure you already got them on, or something. But I'm sheepy. I'm about to go to sleep. So I want to say I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow, but I don't like to. I've been trying not to make promises that I don't know if I'm gonna keep. I know one thing. I was really tired today, and I'm not as tired now as I was earlier. But I'm gonna definitely get some rest tonight and tomorrow. So hopefully I'll see y'all tomorrow. If not, I'll see you soon. New content coming soon. All of the things. Some other things coming soon as well. Y'all just be on the lookout. Thank you for always supporting. Good night, everybody. Hey, Black Butterfly. Good night, everybody. Trace, all I can say is it is what it is. Okay. You said class tomorrow. Oh, it is supposed to be tomorrow. Class is tomorrow. We need to have a members only meeting. Tracy and Rika and a few more people. But listen, I will see y'all very soon. I'm about to fall asleep right now because I'm sleepy. I've been up since early this morning. And y'all have a good night. Watch that replay if you just coming in, and I will see y'all on the next live.